last page, questions,
The what?
very last questions, something in your response.
Oh, the questions.
Yes, sir.
What's the,
Good morning, and welcome to our two-day planning retreat. And at this time, we will call it to order, and we'll have the invocation by Vice Chair Langley, and then I will lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we are grateful and thankful for this very moment in time. We thank you for this day, one in which we've never seen before. And now, Father, we simply seek your presence in this two-day session. Lead us and guide us in the right direction, that we may make wise and prudent decisions concerning your people. Let us agree to disagree in love. Help us to be what you have called us to be, to lead your folk in the right direction. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just in case you did not hear the news, Carolina lost last night to Clemson.
That's meant for me.
I was going to say they did that last week too.
No, they beat you.
I just wish it had been to NC State playing last night.
Keep on wishing.
Okay, we have opening comments by board members. Who wants to go first?
Don't hear about staying one time.
I'm going to start. I was driving the other day, and I was thinking, you know, we've got some people in Beaufort County that does some extremely ordinary things from time to time, and I'll just use one as an example. We have a person living in the county that has finished serving a term as chairman of the National Feed Grains Association. And what I'm looking for is something similar to what they do at the state level, the longleaf pine deal. And I don't know how the best way is to do it, but I think it would be great if we could come up with something like that. And then I, think about fattened boats and, the finder of fattened boats, that it would be nice that we recognized as a Board of Commissioners and thank them for their investment in the county, or blah, blah, blah. So that's something I would like to see us start doing. And I don't know whether you do it on a monthly basis or as needed, or on a quarterly basis, but I think it would make it nice to, and I think I've had people say you should, they should get some recognition. And I think we should have some kind of a process so that we, do it on a continuing basis. All right. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's great. Yeah, we're here doing a budget again. We do this every year. Budget, what everyone should remember is budget determines what our policy is. What we pay for with the budget is our policy. And consequently, everything that we sit here and vote on and consider are political decisions. And starting off in this budget process, we have a pile of money. The county has more money than it needs. Government should never accumulate money from the public beyond what their immediate needs are. And the reason is we have the police power of the state to take as much money as we need from anybody, from the whole public, in order to fund ourselves. So why do you need savings? The answer is you don't. Within this budget, there should be a significant tax decrease of 10% or more to the citizens of this county.
Okay.
And I will take the other side of that coin. We do need a savings. I mean, I remember when the song came out, "It Never Rains in Southern California." And if you would look at Southern California right now, so what if something major like that happens in Beaufort County? This is my same argument every year. FEMA does not pay us up front. We have to do the work, and they may or may not reimburse us. So let's not get trigger happy on giving back all the money to the taxpayers, because when something major happens, they're going to look to the county to do what needs to be done. And if we don't have the resources to make it happen, shame on us.
John?
I think that I sort of agree with both sides of this. I think there's a prudent decision that we have to make between spending and having funds available for, is that something we all get?
You're not the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. And funding that we have to have on hand for the possible needs that we are confronting. It is also important to note that if you cut 10% of the budget, there's a significant part of that budget that you can't touch. Okay? You can't touch, because you can't touch our bond obligations, you can't touch most of DSS, most of the health department, because those are state funded. And it also ought to be noted that if you cut 25% or cut 10%, the top 25 taxpayers in this state, in the county, top 25 taxpayers, individual, which represents 1/10 of 1% of the population of the total tax bill, get 25% of the tax cut. So what you're saying is you want to give Nutrient a huge tax cut. You want to give Cypress Landing a huge tax cut. You want to give Weyerhaeuser a huge tax cut. I think we got to hit the balance in the middle where it needs to be, and that's the job we have before us as prudent members of this commission.
Ed?
Well, I think, as my colleague said, that we got a huge surplus. I think the reason we got a huge surplus is so many things that we let go undone. And once we began to work on some of the projects and some of the things that we need to do, you see this money diminish. Another thing is Jerry stated, and at our last board meeting, sometimes you wait as long as 3 and 4 years before you get your money from FEMA. And one of my colleagues said he'd been here 20 plus years and never voted for a budget. So I'm wondering if we cut taxes 10% and all of a sudden we have a disaster, would he vote to raise it back 10%?
Randy?
Yeah, I think the discussion of what to do with taxes should always be left on the table and always need to be discussed. I found it interesting that I had a short meeting with a person running for Senate, and he's a councilman in New Bern, and they have a similar situation. They too have a robust fund balance, and for the same reason, sales tax. It wasn't anything they intended to grow, it just happened. But he said, we are, for the same reason, we're talking about floods and natural disasters. He said, we're just going to sit and monitor it right now and see what happens with it. He said, I don't think a refund is anything we're going to do. And so I find it interesting that other counties close to us are having the same good problem.
I'll go behind everybody.
Go ahead.
Well, obviously these gentlemen don't understand government funding. They think piling up money is what we need to be doing that we don't need. When I say that we have a surplus, I'm talking about a surplus after we have funded their very liberal budget of giving every county department everything they wanted, increasing salaries for county employees. Everything is totally funded. the state statute requires that we only have 8% of our annual budget as a reserve. I admit that's not enough. That doesn't do it. But we've got, as was said in here the other day, over 40% of a surplus. We've got like $35 million. The cost of a 10% reduction in taxes, we only collect $30-something million a year, is only about $3.5 million. That's peanuts compared to the money that this board keeps piling up for their own aggrandizement. And this board is currently looking at a lot of totally socialist ideas, like increasing health care for expanding health care in Beaufort County, Medicare health care. Expanding that will cost us money. Getting into housing. All of these socialist ideas, these fellows are planning to pay for with your money. You need that tax money back so you can take care of your family. And I am delighted that we have 25 great taxpayers, top taxpayers in Beaufort County, because these are the people and these are the businesses that bring prosperity to us. They provide jobs, they provide investments. If anybody, they deserve a tax decrease just as much as anybody else does. That person that's barely scraping by, that has 3 kids, going to work every day, is paying maybe $1,000 in taxes a year. That $100 that he's going to get back from a tax decrease means a lot more to him than all of that money that you would give to the top people. So I'm interested in looking after the people that need the help, and I'm also conservative enough, the growth in government simply has to stop.
Okay, we're down to the Sheriff's Office update, so I'll turn it over to Sheriff Hammonds.
Hey, good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. We're glad to be here today to present our past and current and future program. And as a fiscal responsible sheriff, what we're going to bring before you today will demonstrate where our expenditures went for 2023 and what we anticipate. So public service is not cheap. It does require personnel and nice equipment. So at this time, I'd like to introduce the program. Chief Hickman, do you have any questions as we go forward?
I'm sure we will later.
It's on the end.
Okay.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
to see you guys.
Good morning.
I appreciate the opportunity to stand here this morning. I told some of you as you were coming in, I've got a sinus condition going on. It's not contagious or anything, but I may end up having a cough or something throughout, but I got water, so I'll try it.
If you do that, you're welcome to turn around and let somebody else fill in.
Doing about face. Well, it started 2 days ago, and I've been with him since then, so.
He begged me not to put the N95 on.
Oh, okay.
And
Just call it that way.
And we've had a few around the office with some other problems, but knock on wood, mine hasn't been that. But again, thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. This is the first one of these I had the opportunity to do, but I got with the finance director, and she told me what information normally that we present during this time, so hopefully it'll be what you need. And again, thank you for letting us do this morning. Will you be able to see it on the?
We got it in the book too, I
Okay.
think.
All right. Well, if you look on the first page, it's the mission statement of Beaufort County Sheriff's Office, and I'm not sure if all of you have seen that, so I'll read it. It's pretty brief. The Beaufort County Sheriff's Office members shall dedicate themselves to professionalism and to the citizens and residents of Beaufort County. We will perform our duties ethically and strive to bridge trust to provide the greatest quality of protection to every resident. The Office of the Sheriff will respond to unrest to gain order and a peaceful outcome. We will investigate crimes, perform security within the courts, and maintain security of the jail. The sheriff will process and serve civil papers ordered by the courts.
Chief?
Sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're driving or whether Brandon's driving.
gave me this, so, now let's see if his instructions work.
There you go.
Absolutely. There we go. All right, just to give you an idea of what the overview of 2023 was like, that was Sheriff Hammond's first year in office, first complete year. And during that time, the sheriff had had a lot of ideas that he brought to the table about some changes that we could make to improve. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, there we go. I'll get this in a minute. During that year, Sheriff Hammonds looked at the overall operation of the sheriff's office and had some ideas and some thoughts on things we could change to improve public safety, which we did. And with the help of all the men and women of the sheriff's office, every employee, it was successful. But we continue to look at ways to improve. Some of the things that we did that were changes in the new administration were, we tried to maximize the number of sworn deputies on shifts and available to respond for calls at service. You know, we do our best to never let a shift run short if it means the sheriff or myself or somebody else coming out if we had to. We normally have a criminal detective and a drug investigator that work non-standard hours now. So instead of Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 for a criminal investigator, they're out hours beyond that. They work, they're on call, and they're physically out during the weekend hours, and hours where the patrol shifts feel like that need is the greatest, so they make that determination. Every overdose that we have now, a drug investigator responds to an overdose, just to make sure if the family's got any information on who their loved one that passed away may have gotten the drugs from, we can look at it and investigate it from that angle. Yesterday we just had a conviction, a plea on a death by distribution case here in the county. So it's actually 3 deaths, but he ended up pleading to 1, and the other 2 were dismissed. So those are being pursued. The other thing we're looking at are the program the sheriff started, the Ace of Hearts initiative. We have actually had a lot of traction on that with a lot of animal abuse cases. We've worked with animal control under emergency management on that as well, but we make the charges on it. When a deputy responds to a call, if there's a child in distress or if they notice something at the house, the living conditions aren't what they should be, we follow up on that with DSS and do the same thing with elderly. There's a lot of scams that prey on elderly subjects. There's a lot of family members that prey on the elderly. And between adult protective services, we try and work with them as well to get them the assistance they need. Another thing we started doing was having a detective respond to every active structure fire. And the reason we do that is we want that detective that has investigative experience in arson to look at it. If the house is already completely burned down and we get there the following day, it's difficult to get evidence. And once the fire's out, we have no right to go back on it without a search warrant. So that helps. And a lot of times there may be some signs of arson, more times often than not there isn't. But it's still good to have them respond. The fire department's like that as well. We changed the color scheme on the vehicles to white. It enhances the visibility as they're going through neighborhoods. It's a lot easier to spot, I think, than that dark car. We've got the bar lights on top with the blue light that is not a flashing blue light or a blue light to indicate pulling over. It's more just to draw attention to the vehicle, let people know that the car's in the area. All right. Implementation of 2 full-service canines and handlers. We just got those back 2 weeks ago. That was 14 weeks of rigorous training. And I know what they went through because I went through it 30 years ago when I was younger, and it is a lot of work. Those guys were really, they need to be commended for what they did because it takes a lot of dedication on their part, but as well as the family. Because, it's a family affair. Dog's housed at the house. It has to interact with the family. And even on the days that the deputy's not working, the deputy and the handler, or the canine and the handler are not working, he still has to clean pens, feed and care for the dog, vet visits, that sort of thing. So there is a lot of work. But we were paying that through the shared equity program, through the drug money, so the money was reinvested back into preventing drugs, dangerous drugs in this county. And we've had, as of yet, I think one good fentanyl arrest that the dog detected on, which this is a new, in the past, most dogs were not trained on fentanyl. This dog is. He's not trained on marijuana because of legal hemp smelling just like marijuana, but he is trained on fentanyl and every other drug. Next thing, we started putting the Viper radios in schools. That's been a...
Chief Deputy, I got one question.
Yes, sir.
Do you consider marijuana a gateway drug?
My opinion, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. But now, I come from 39 years ago, law enforcement, and it was, I think.
Was, and when it was about 20% as strong as it is
Absolutely.
now, but now it could be even more?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
They
And
say-
fentanyl can be mixed into marijuana?
Correct, and that's what I was getting ready to say.
Thank you.
The marijuana today is not the marijuana of 39 years ago when I started. But again, you run that risk of whoever you're buying it from lacing it with fentanyl, just like the pill press. We have a Percocet made to look like a Percocet in a pill press that somebody takes, but it's got fentanyl in it. So that does happen, and that is a fear. I mean, the person shouldn't be taking an illegal drug to start with, but it makes it even more dangerous. They're taking something they don't know what it is. So, but we encounter a lot of that. I know you've heard the sheriff talk about the 1090 program a lot. It has worked really, really well getting back into the schools. I see the responses personally when we go in. The children look at a deputy different than the allied police officer. It just is what it is.
How do you figure that? I mean, and when both of you got
Well-
uniforms on, now, please tell me the gun and everything. Tell me, I just want you to explain it to me.
And it may be, in my circumstance, it may be a little different. I'm more outgoing and I interact and engage with them, or some of those do not. You know, that's a lot of it. You know, you can't expect a child, there's a lot of parents instill a fear of the police in their child anyway. I mean, that's something you have to work against. But it takes time for children to warm up to you. That's why the ideal situation for an SRO is to not move them around from school to school, have them in that school, because it takes time to establish that rapport.
Thinking you had some scientific reason for saying what
Well,
you're saying, and I got to be up front and tell you the truth. I just don't believe it.
But I will tell you this, and this is my opinion. Everyone I've seen looks like they got dressed in the dark. They're wearing the same clothes they wore yesterday. And we don't allow that with a deputy. A deputy will not look like that. And it is. I'm sure they do purchase the least amount of equipment they can, because the more they buy, the more it cuts into their budgets. So some of these guys only have just one or two uniforms. The web gear they wear looks like it's used. So in that case, that's what I'm looking at. In the use of force continuum, the very first thing is officer presence. There's been a lot of situations that have been defused just because the officer looked like he knew what he was doing. He looked sharp, looked like he knew what he was doing. He may not have been worth a cuss. I'm sorry. No. All right. Yeah. And I respect your opinion. We work with the board and the Board of Education to return deputies into schools, which I think we all feel like that's the best option. Conducted monthly town halls throughout the county, allowing the residents the opportunity to meet face-to-face with the sheriff and command staff to discuss any concerns. And Sheriff Hammonds has been really out there as far as meeting with the public. He is probably the most accessible person I've seen in a long time. If he is there, he'll come to the front, speak to anybody that comes by. He makes an effort. He doesn't wait for them to request to see him. He goes to them. So, and that is a good thing. With the assistance of the town of Aurora, we were able to get a substation put in at the vacant Aurora Police Department. So citizens of Aurora, citizens of Richmond Township, that area down there, if they needed to see a deputy for any reason, they didn't have to drive all the way to Washington to do it. It's manned every Wednesday, one day a week is what we normally do it because it's just not feasible, not practical for the volume of use to have somebody there 5 days a week. So one day seemed to work the best. If a person applies for a concealed carry permit, signed off on, and it's ready to be picked up, and they live in Aurora or Richland Township or anywhere in that area, we carry the concealed carry permit there. They're told to come there to pick it up, so it saves them a trip to Washington. And it's really worked out well with the citizens. We get a lot of positive responses on it. They enjoy that. I'm sorry. Okay. One thing we did, we brought back the SRT, which we're going with the sheriff's response team instead of the special response team. And we did a tryout. We actually done a couple of them, a rigorous tryout, a physical, shooting ability, and looking at officers' records, any kind of use of force complaints, that sort of thing, before a selection was made. We had 2 team captains that made the recommendation based on the scores from the PT assessments, their oral interviews with them, as well as their shooting competency and all that. And then the sheriff had the final recommendation on it. So right now we've got 11, should be 10 plus 1. Commander would be 1. And all of them have received a lot more training. We've been doing a lot of training, a lot that the road deputy does not get. It's kind of impractical in some cases for them to get the same amount of training. And if we had, in the past, we had barricaded suspects, we've had other situations like that where we had no choice, but the road deputy had to handle it with minimal equipment and the minimal amount of training. Fortunately, things worked out back then, but you can't always guarantee that. But the more we train, the more it lessens the liability on the sheriff's office in the county. And there's going to come a day when we need them.
Is that in-house training of the class?
We've done some of both. We've actually paid out on some good, there's some Navy SEALs that have a training consortium that do it for pay. They did it for a cheaper rate than they normally do for other people. We've ran it through the community college, where the community college paid for part of it through their FTEs. So it's worked out really well. But there's a lot of training that we can do that we don't even have to expend a round of ammunition. We can clear this room with maneuvers and movements without having to shoot. So it's not always firing a bullet that runs into a big expense. Right now we're working on ways that we can do the training with them but lessen the amount of overtime that they're made. The ones, any deputy that's on it that is Monday through Friday, 160-hour employee, that's usually not a problem. But the patrol deputies that are on it, if we schedule training on this day and this patrol deputy is off and he comes in, then that would be overtime. And it's difficult to give him time back because you run a shift short.
If your deputies are going to be SROs during the non-school hours, will they be able to sub for?
Yes, sir.
And be able to train
Absolutely.
without?
I went to Chief Deputy Leadership School. I'm in my 3rd week of that. And that question came up. Without being a certified SRO, a deputy can work 20 hours a week in a school for no more than 11 weeks during a calendar year without being a certified SRO. So yes, it wouldn't be practical not to have some caveat like that, because if you had in our case, we got 12 schools, 12 SROs. If somebody's out, who's going to fill in that situation? So we have to be able to have the ability to put somebody in. But we still have some of us, I kept up my certification, and I do man service every year for it. Captain Gerard took his. I mean, we've got that. The lieutenant that's going to be over the SROs is going to go to SRO school so he can fill in. So the answer to your question is yes. To continue on about just kind of an update or overview of what we did in 2023, we worked with the health department in receiving a grant for the purchase of the Tech 84 body scanner that's used in the booking area of the detention center, and it screens for any kind of dangerous contraband that can be brought into the detention center. We have had some successes at finding objects inside people that we would have not known before. So in those situations, you know, it has worked the way it's supposed to. And every inmate coming in is scanned.
Is there any additional law that you can put on people that do things like that?
Yes, sir.
Try to sneak things in, they're charged with?
Introducing narcotics into a jail, that's a criminal offense.
You're making those charges?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We do. It don't matter if it's a little roach, they get charged with it.
Whether it's inmate or employee.
And then one of our ODs was left behind, the person that was charged, that I was talking about earlier, left some behind in a cell block for another inmate. So you have that type of situation. You know, there are so many crevices that if you're laying in a, if you're in a room 24 hours a day, you can figure a way to hide an object. You know, it may take you time, but you can do it. But again, I think it's a really valuable tool for that. I don't know how, we were lucky before not to have any more issues than what we did, because people will, I would say you'd be surprised what people will put inside just to get it hidden, and but they do it every day. We implemented the Sheriff's Office and Detention Center chaplaincy program. We got 12 certified clergy to minister, counsel, and assist with critical incident briefings. So inside the detention center, if any of the inmates need any kind of non-denominational, religious interaction with someone, these people can do that. Plus, they also serve a purpose within the Sheriff's Office, any of our employees. We have an employee that's going through a crisis or something. They can speak with them. It's total anonymity, just between the two of them. If we had a shooting incident, an officer had to fire his weapon in the line of duty, these people know how to do that critical incident debrief as well. But some people, you know, handle that differently, and you don't know until that time actually comes that you have to do that. You don't know how you're going to respond to it. So, but that's a benefit as well. During this past year as well, we worked with Senator Perry and Representative Kidwell and secured funding for a vessel to aid in the public safety of the many miles of rivers, tributaries, and shorelines within Beaufort County. So that money came back to the county to be used for that. I'm assuming y'all were already aware of that. Have we already received it?
No, it was in the budget bill. There were several, and I was thinking that had been sent to the board, where there was some funding that was directed. It's called directed grants. A couple of fire departments in the county got money. The school system got money, and it flows through. There are three of those that flow through the county, obviously with the sheriff's office. They are currently in the works. My understanding is there were about 1,000 or more directed grants out of the state budget, and they have 4 people in the grants office with OSMB working on that. So we've submitted all the paperwork to the state, and we're waiting for those funds to flow, and it's going to take some time for that to happen. With the sheriff's office, it will go through the same process of purchasing that is required for all of our purchases, and they'll do that process. So
How much was the grant?
it's $150,000.
What happened to the boat that we had?
That was before my time, but I think it was sold or given to Bunyan Fire Department.
Yeah, I remember something.
And that, everything, since I've been at the sheriff's office, the biggest thing being heard about that boat was it was just way too big for anything that was needed here. It drafted too much water, it couldn't go into creeks and that sort of thing. And we're looking at something that would be more practical for this area and the type use that we would need it for. We didn't need a boat to ride around and just be seen on. We needed a working boat.
You did bring that to the board, because I remember Blunt's Creek Fire Department, I think their number is 600,000.
Their total, yes, sir, they got about $650,000 for a new fire truck. Part of it was a directed grant directly to the fire department, and then there was another grant that was directed through the county to go to that fire department. So yes, thank you.
Brian, you turn that heat down.
Yes, sir, be glad to.
It does. Seems like when I get hot, I cough more, so that's why I didn't wear a jacket in here. But again, we're researching boats and trying to make sure we get the best bang for the money and not looking at spending everything, get the most elaborate thing we can, but get what is necessary and what will last. Next thing, we established a new policy platform that was it's more user-friendly, the same platform the state uses, Howard EMS. Some of us that were with the state are familiar with it. It's more user-friendly. It requires electronic acknowledgement. So when you read it and you click acknowledge, you own it. At that point there, you should know everything that's in it. That's the standard you're held by. And we're almost to the point that we can go and receive North Carolina law enforcement certification, accreditation. And what it is, I know when Sheriff Jordan was here in the past, they had CALEA, the national accreditation. Everybody had gotten away from CALEA. Most people had moved away from it. So the state of North Carolina started their own law enforcement accreditation program with a list of it's got 120, I want to say 121 policies or directives that you have to have to meet it. We are almost there with that. And policies are good guides. You can't have a supervisor standing over somebody's shoulder every minute. They need to understand policy and what they're going to be held accountable to. It's just as valuable to the employee as it is the supervisor. Any questions on that? Good. All right. Summary of 2023 going on. We received 25,000 calls, over 25,000 calls through the sheriff's office, just coming through communications. Of those, deputies responded to 11,000 calls for service during that calendar year. We did 400 felony cases that were investigated. We served over 75,000 meals in our detention center. Beaufort County Sheriff's Office personnel cumulatively altogether completed over 3,900 hours of training during that year. That is Sheriff's Office, Detention Center, and communications. The Detention Center processed and housed during 2023 over 1,100 inmates and an average daily population of 60. And that comes straight from our...
How does that call volume compare to last year, the prior year rather, do you know?
I did not check that. I can check that and get it back to you.
Yeah.
But it was just something, I looked in some previous retreats that were done prior to me, and I didn't see that addressed, but I know the jail is a topic of interest to a lot of people. And I myself was just curious how many we had coming through the doors that we processed. And that's quite a bit of, and I can tell you this, for meals too, we paid $234,238.19 in meals for those 75,000 meals that we served.
And I have been to, like, I'm gonna say 5 vendors to try to get that meal moved back to Beaufort County. Right now, we're outsourcing it to Trump's and Plymouth. We just can't find a vendor who can even touch that rate. So we're
About $3 and something.
but we're 100% outsourced. 100% of that money minus the food cost is going out of Beaufort County. So the study that I'm going to put in place is, what's the tax difference, the tax base that, if we increase the rate here, are we able to keep that money here in the county? So
I have a question on the mills.
it's a study that I'm working.
I mean, you say you're getting a really good deal somewhere else. Have you put out to other vendors here locally?
Yes,
This
sir,
is what
we
I call a good way to shop local. And I'll tell you why. You're helping the local people by keeping costs down, and if other people want to be in business around here and compete, they can compete. In fact, you just told them what the price was. So they can easily compete, and they can provide a service, and then they will deserve the shop local.
We did it a couple of times where it went out for bids.
Yeah, he's already told us.
And I was making a statement, and that's my right to do so.
I understand.
Okay, you stay on your side of the fence, and I'll stay on mine.
Yeah.
The problem we ran into.
Don't, listen, when I talk to these people, that's my right. Don't tell me what to do.
Where's that?
It came from me, that's where it came from.
He was looking at his computer when he answered the question before.
No.
Or it's a presentation.
I wanted to make a statement, I wanted to ask a question. I can do so. You got a problem with that? Go in another room. But this is my time as well as it is yours.
You bring that dog in here.
What's your question, Commissioner?
That was it.
The only thing
Their foolishness has nothing to do with you.
Well, the goal here is to find a vendor in Beaufort County that we can do business here in Beaufort County. And to date, I have not been able to successfully do that.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think you're gonna find anybody that's gonna do it for less than $3.
It's not just the price, it's the frequencies of the meals. It's 365 days a year, rain, sleet, snow. We've looked at the school system doing it, but their cafeterias are closed during the summers. We looked at rest homes. We looked at restaurants, but none of the restaurants want the commitment of a 7-day obligation to do it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
The company that you're using, I know you got, in some jails, you got people that require different meals.
Yes, sir.
Do they still provide it also?
They do. If you wanted, if it was a religious
That's what
reason you couldn't eat pork, yes, sir. And I don't think now we're doing pork at all in the jail. But if you had
No fish or
any other kind of dietary requirement, it would be met. They have to meet a minimum standard of calories.
I was just thinking sometimes that there's so few of them that it's kind of hard to keep up.
Although the report card, it doesn't bring in a B on the report card. Some of the food temperatures that we get, it's challenging to keep that food temperature from
Travel time.
from that community time.
35 miles.
And we've improved our, you got these fancy cooler boxes, and that's what they were using, they were using a standard cooler. So I went out and put high-quality coolers with the heater heads capability. It was marginal. It was a marginal improvement. So we have even tried that.
Well, you found out what we found out over the years. We've been into this before, 10, 15 years ago. You can't get local people to do it for the reasons that you just said. Thank God these people do it for the price they do it for. I'm delighted with their service and their price and their quality of the food, because I go out there and look at the food occasionally. When they bring it in, I open up the box, let's see what you got. And I don't think we ought to waste time trying to find somebody else unless somebody wants to volunteer to come in and beat the price. I wouldn't waste any time on it,
One
because
option
we've tried it before.
We looked at the hospital, which would have been an ideal.
We had that, and you don't want it.
Really?
No.
I know that was done in the past, but they didn't want to do it this time.
So Chief, I guess the other piece of that is also because you are required by law to have that meal available for those inmates, the ability to have a backup in place in case something catastrophic would happen with your vendor. And I know y'all talked
And
about
we've had that. I've had to go to McDonald's and buy 70 Happy Meals minus a toy. So
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I've had to do that, or pizza or something on a credit card, but that was because during inclement weather, there was no way they could get there. And all of us probably have been in a jail before, nothing worse than ones that have missed their meal by about an hour. They're not as friendly as they were before. They start acting out a little bit. So you have to make accommodations.
People get mean when they're hungry.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Even us.
There you go.
Snickers.
All right. Did it go off? All right, I need some technical help here.
There you are. You're
Okay,
back.
there we go. All right. Recruiting deputies remains to be a challenge during this ever-increasing anti-law enforcement sentiment across our nation. This is not a problem that's unique to us. Agencies across the state are encountering a noticeable reduction in law enforcement applicants. We continue to aggressively recruit qualified applicants and have been fortunate to hire several in the last few weeks. We're having a lot of luck with BLET graduates, but the schools are not, a lot of them are not as large in the class sizes as it once were, because I just don't think that interest in coming into law enforcement is there anymore. But we do get applicants, and they're good. Last few we've gotten from Washington PD, they've been really super good officers, and I think they're going to make great deputies. So, but it just takes time, and the bad thing is you have a school that all these surrounding BLETs, as soon as they graduate, every agency in this area is competing for that same basket of people.
Chief, I understand, I don't know whether it's a fact or not, but understand that the class that they had at our last community college had 8 in it. When the graduation time come, it was 1. Is that correct?
Partially correct. It's got 1 plus 1 partial enrollee who is one of the SROs at BAT.
Okay.
And she was an MP in the Air Force, so she had to attend 240 hours. She's still in the class. They take the state exam Friday of this week, but everybody else in that class, they went out on test. You can only miss a certain amount of weekly tests, and every one of them missed.
And the same problem was at Pitt, of what I understand.
But now there's a lot of ways. I used to teach in the community colleges all the time, and there's a lot of ways to look at that. Either you have to do a competency test, so either the student's not getting it or you got a problem with the instructor. Not every instructor
Teachers.
exactly. And if you guys were a classroom, everyone learns in a different way. I need to be able to explain something that Commissioner Richardson might get right off the bat, but I need to rephrase it for Commissioner Walker to be able to do that as an instructor. So I don't know if it's an instructor issue or what, but it's bad when you have that many pass or that many not pass.
I heard old saying say sometimes when a team has a losing record, it's not the players, it's the coach.
Or blame it on the quarterback sometimes. But hopefully they had an incident one time before this too, and then this one, so they're getting hammered here lately. But classes like Pitt and Edgecombe the last one we got from Edgecombe, I think, and they're turning out some good deputies, good police officers. But and somebody's going to have to do the job, no matter how much society tries to demonize it, make it not the profession that it once was. We still need good police officers. Lowering the standards don't do any good, because when you lower standards, you got to figure, why did that person want to be a police officer? We don't need somebody coming in that just wants to, overpower people and bully people, and there's people out. So the hiring process has to weed out those kind of people.
Commissioner Langley.
Well, as far as standards are concerned, and being a past law enforcement officer, the standards are actually better now than they were when I went through BLET. And during my time, a lot of things that we could do back then are not acceptable now. You cannot get by with pulling your billy club or nightstick and popping them in the head for no reason. at all, other than they won't come, so you convince them by popping them in the head. So, you know,
I understand that.
you know, so it's more coming up on a situation and being more of a thinker
Absolutely.
than a doer. I mean, you gotta process everything and then make a wise decision. So in the old days, it wasn't necessarily that way all the time.
Well, now we have so many tools. When I started in 1985, BLET was 300 hours. It's like 600 now. I was given a .357 Magnum revolver, had a car with a dome light on the top, and a convoy, if you know what a convoy is, and a C-cell flashlight. You didn't have anything. I mean, that was your use of force continuum. If you said you're under arrest and you didn't have pepper spray, you didn't have taser, no less lethal. So it really changed the dynamic of it. Now you do have options on your belt. And our guys use them restrainingly too. They really do a good job. We don't get a lot of issues with excessive force. None that I see. I see every use of force comes across my desk, and I sign off on it.
Chief, when you consider the fact that we're in a military state, military-friendly state, I'm assuming that that's where a lot of the potential law enforcement people are going to be coming from in the future.
Maybe, and historically in the past it was. I grew up in the Fayetteville area, and it weren't nothing to see everybody that retired out of the Army at Fort Bragg became a Fayetteville City police officer. You know, they had short sleeve shirts and tattoos down their arm. You knew who they were. But now I don't know, a lot of these guys that are retiring out of the military, if they've got combat arms, MOS or something, or some skill, a lot of them are going with these contract companies and things like that they can make a lot more money. I mean, the money, our salaries are good here compared to what it used to be and compared to other places. But still, these guys with that set of skills can go somewhere else and make a whole lot more money.
I got you.
But that is when I was talking to some of our recruiters, that's where I would tell them to go to. If you got guys that are ETSing that are getting out, you know, go talk to them. They have every post, every base has a career counselor that talks to them and lets them know what your options are, you know, if you got any. Hopefully it's not ground pounder or artillery or something like that. Something that, I mean, I was a tanker. There aren't no jobs driving tanks. So, but again, hopefully it's something that they get a job in the private sector or stay in. I got a son-in-law that gets out next month, 20 years. I think it'd be a conflict if he came here. But he was in the Marine Corps 4 years, got out, couldn't find a job, and had to join the Army for the rest of the time. So, but I'm holding up too much of y'all's time. And we're going to continue to provide training opportunities for the deputies. We've been doing a lot of that, detention officers and the telecommunicators. And you'll see the hours, it's pretty high, to deliver the best service to citizens and visitors of the county. And we'll continue to develop positive relationships with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, as well as fire and EMS. And we've done a lot of work here lately since Sheriff Hammonds has taken office, where we've worked with federal agencies and SBI on cases, trying to rebuild that trust, or that, you know, there was kind of like a chasm between agencies. So we're trying to bring everybody back to the table, and you know, there's things that they can offer us that, you know, they have access to stuff we do not have access to. Some of the major projects. This is probably one of the biggest ones. I know you've heard, as we've stood up here before, about the 2025 Viper needing to be updated at that point. We're getting close on that. If we wait till 2025, you know, everyone will be doing it. So it's going to be the template upgrade, and it's only for the mobile Viper radios. And before July 25 is when it's going to be done. It's critical for improved spectrum efficiency and enhanced communication. TDMA technology allows for more efficient use of radio frequencies, enables simultaneous communication on a single channel, which can enhance communication. That was one of the things after 9/11 where nobody could communicate. This will allow communication on one channel, which can enhance reliability, reduce congestion, and support advanced features. This upgrade aligns with industry standards and ensures the radio system's compatibility with evolving technology, enhanced overall operational effectiveness. These upgrades must be performed prior to July 25, and that's why this is going to be in this year's budget for us. We've got 75 radios that have to be done at a cost of $549.68 per. That's going to be $41,226.25. So you will see that. And that, I need to find out, but the radios that are currently in the schools, once we get into schools, we won't need those anymore. They haven't been upgraded either, so I don't know that we will upgrade those because they're an older radio. We're just using them now in the schools. But once the deputy gets into school, there will be no more use for that.
How far along are you on that?
On deputies?
For the SRO?
We're coming along.
Okay.
We're coming along. And
Are
the
you
sheriff may-
certified?
Oh, no.
Did you keep your certification?
No, I can't run from here to the.
Oh, Lord.
I bet if you put one of those dogs behind you.
The SROs that are currently in the school that are interested in applying have all been given applications and are in the process of filling them out. The only thing is there's some time constraints on the application process because of, there's 120 days that it needs to be completed in, because at the first part, if you start and you get a credit report or a records check at the very beginning, and sometime during that 120 days, you're good, but beyond 120 days, let's say you filed bankruptcy after that, or you got a criminal charge that would not show up on that. So that's why they want that 120 days to get it from the time they start. I've also talked to some of them that if it's an issue of them getting away from school to do their processing like fingerprinting and all, we can do on the weekends or after hours, so it doesn't interfere with their school coverage. Getting a lot of internal interest as well.
It's my sincere prayer that you get them all.
Mine as well.
Have you had a chance to recruit anyone yet?
No, sir.
All right.
You can eliminate him, Scott.
Just recruit me one, that's all.
I've been trying.
I appreciate it, because this is the best of our whole county. To have the best security in there. Appreciate it.
One of the other issues that we're going to have to address in this upcoming budget is the city of Greenville. Most of y'all are probably aware of the camera system that they have. They have cameras all over, and it's really effective in solving crimes. Washington here has, I forget how many they have, but we've used theirs as well. They are plain, you can pan with them, and they have them strategically located throughout the city. What we were looking at doing was putting some throughout the county in different locations. I'm sorry.
Chief, are you talking about traffic cameras?
No,
Okay.
it's a pole, it's on a pole, it's a pole camera, but
As long as
it's,
we're not talking about traffic
No.
cameras for trying to solve a crime, I think you're okay. Otherwise, I think it's unconstitutional.
no. No, these are just cameras that are up, city has them all over, they got them all over the waterfront and other places throughout. And a lot of their criminal activity, they have, get in again. There we go. All right. What we're looking at doing is 5 cameras, and we spoke yesterday to the same company that furnishes cameras for Washington and Greenville, same camera. And they're $6,000 a piece, but they have a yearly sale bill of $360 per camera. So totaled up, if we did 5 cameras at $6,000, that would be $30,000, and service for them would be $1,800 a year. That's the annual cost.
Does that include the service with the digital information storage and being able to access it
I know it will store, I do know that.
Will it?
30 days.
Will it give you a program where you can collate the data and store it on a per instance type situation so that you'll be able to easily access it, and does it have a search function?
I'm sure it does, because I've saw the ones in the city where they can record a segment of that out, and they've given us segments of that, so they're able to pull it from that, extract it.
But do make sure that it comes with that, because that is something that is very doable on their end.
Yes,
Make
sir.
it easier for you. I wouldn't buy it.
Right.
And you don't want to have somebody having to go through that and take their time, because it's time consuming.
We'll look into it.
Do these,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Okay, you go ahead.
I was just wondering, I understand Greenville City and Washington City have them,
Yes, sir.
but we got play in Beaufort County. Where do we have that massive of people that, and I'm not being negative, I want to know because to make sure, but where in Beaufort County,
I think
that,
we're-
would you put one on Highway 33 or 32 or something?
And that's what we're looking at doing. We're not targeting neighborhoods or anything like
Yeah.
that. But I'll give you an example. Avalanche, when they were broken into, when they got all the boat motors several years ago, had there been a camera further out like that, at least we could have caught the vehicle going out of town. And these are so good that you can read a license plate with them.
Could you catch them coming back in town? I mean, did you come to Washington and get some gas or anything like that? Did you? I mean, I'm serious. I'm just trying to find out the reason.
It's not like a tag reader or anything that doesn't, it won't do that. It's just video.
What I'm trying to do is find out if these are feasible. I mean, if we
Yes, sir.
really need them. I mean, I can see where the masses live in these city limits, but
And they give you an example of a crime they would have helped us in. Some of the vehicle break-ins that we had, those are crimes of opportunity. People forget to lock their car doors, and somebody decides to check their car doors for them at night while they're asleep. Car doors unlocked, they take belongings out of it. Believe it or not, people leave guns in cars and not lock their doors. So they get stolen in certain areas like that. If we had a camera in that area, at least we could have got a vehicle description. And a lot of times that's enough to give us a suspect on where to go. Because most of these people, they have a good idea, because a lot of them are recidivists. They're doing it all over again. They specialize in certain types of crimes because they've been successful at it, and they continue doing it. So that vehicle description could be enough to help.
I can think of 3 locations on the south side of the river that would pretty much control the drug trade.
And these are permanent mounted, we have cameras now that we have to go through the power company to have them installed, and that sort of thing. But these would be permanent cameras, hardwired in key choke points that, where we would get the most bang for the buck. And that is the way of the future as far as policing in America. I mean, it allows us the opportunity to see more than we can just see with our eyes.
I'm not in favor of surveillance state. However, having said that, we've got problems with crime, not so much in this county, but I think as people move down here because things are falling apart in these blue states, these solid blue states, they're falling apart. People are going to be coming here. They're going to be bringing their crime with them. And I think this is a way to get out ahead. Now, one thing I'm going to ask, if you see somebody depositing trash on the side of the road, will you bust them?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And
The sheriff and I just went out to a place and put a camera up.
You don't heard the story?
no, I'd like to hear it. Are you talking about at one of the at Magnolia School Road?
I
maybe?
was out on a Sunday morning digging through all that trash.
Hallelujah, thank you.
With no
Sheriff.
gloves. No gloves
This is why we vote for you.
I had gloves on.
Chief, we have 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to let you finish, and we're going to hold questions. If there's something
Okay.
we have time, we'll do that. But I
Oh,
want to
my
make
God.
sure you get finished.
Yes, sir. I've got just a little bit more to do. All right. This is one thing, too, I figured you would be interested in, the annex, the old American Legion property, Clyco, that we store our evidence in. Their rent is going up from, we've been paying $60,000, and now it's going to be $70,000 this coming up here. They said they hadn't raised it in 3 years. They said it would go up from $5,000 a month to $5,500 a month for that.
So, and for the board's information, you know, the board has set aside some of your ARPA money. We got about $1.5 million, 1.8 or so for, that the board set aside for a storage facility. We've got some preliminary plans on that. We're kind of waiting to see what the market did. Steel prices are kind of high before we brought that back to you and whether we had a good location to do. But ultimately, our goal is to have our own facility that would not only support the sheriff's office, but would also support the county in general. So,
Why don't we just buy what is used?
It is a good location.
It is great, everything's wonderful.
Yeah, everything's wonderful about that location.
We're able to take we freed up parking spaces in our parking lot with spare cars out there. It's secure, alarm systems that go to communications. But again. And lastly, just some of the goals for the budget year. We're going to continue to put forth a budget that's transparent and addresses genuine needs to provide the best public safety for the citizens of Beaufort County. And we will continue to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars and continue to track spending throughout the fiscal year and beyond. And at that point, that was my questions page.
Chief, this question's for you as well as Sheriff Hammond's.
Sorry.
What renovations or updates are you doing within your office facility? I know you've done some.
We've done very minor, like we changed the hall to keep from exposing our evidence from coming into common areas, public areas. We've not changed any carpet, paint, ceiling, lighting. We've not done any of that. I did call in a estimate last week for carpet through Todd, getting his guidance, the maintenance guy. And his suggestion is to hold out until we can get the ceiling and lights before we put a lot into the flooring. So my understanding was 2023 would have been, the budget was in place for them to do all that, but it's just scheduling contractors to get them in there.
So we do have the budgeted dollars. It's just a matter of putting it in place. Is that?
I've not seen the line budget for that. The engineer, Ms. Christine, advised me that there was a budget approved for it, so I don't have a number or cost or anything. If you can, do it.
yeah, Christina can update you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, well, but as far as doing any major, we've not improved any of the ADA compliant restroom type. We've not addressed anything of value there.
We still have a few minutes. Any other questions?
I have an aside question. There's been a black vehicle parked at the jail now for about 3 weeks, parked up on the curb. What's going on?
Is that a truck?
It's a truck, yeah.
Yeah, it's they're doing the renovation in the communication center. The
Oh,
furniture and all that and rewiring all that.
oh, okay.
Just right now,
Ms. Sherry.
our communication center's in our old conference room. That's where we moved the conference.
But this is in the jail that the work's going on?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Redoing that console down there and all that?
You know, if you remember going into the control room, it
Yeah.
walked into room 1, the glass, and then room 2 was back office. So I come in and reassessed and we flip-flop. So it puts the cameras now in a controlled environment, not being distracted by common work going on day to day. And additionally, we have just upgraded the decontamination shower in the jail. There had been one in there many years ago, but
Is that so your people can,
that's correct.
okay.
There was no shower facility for any decon capabilities. So now we're back in compliant, we feel like, with that. And they got lockers to be able to store an additional set of uniforms to change out.
Anyone else?
These are the major problems, major things that you see involving your budget for the coming year. There will be increases.
Our biggest will be the overtime for training. It's always going to be I'm going to be guilty. I love a trained deputy is a less liability deputy. So the K-9s came on board. We didn't, like I said, that was a reinvestment of that money from the forfeiture money. There'll be some sustainment dollars going in to keep that program sustained. The boating, the boat added to the marine capability, the 14% of body of water here, I had no way of accessing or responding to any of that. So there'll be some sustainment dollars there that we're budgeting for. Fuel, the fuel increase won't go up, it'll be marginal, but there will be, there may be some tires for the vehicle, for the trailer. So.
Anita, in her report on Monday night, she said our medical supplies,
Outpatient medical, where we send folks out.
is pretty much up to the budgeted amount for the full year. Is that concentrated with just one or two people? Is it?
I don't know. I haven't seen the details on that.
Yeah, I don't have enough to brief you on that, sir.
Okay. I know we did have a case with one that was in Raleigh a few years ago where that got to be quite a big sum, but we've got an insurance policy now that covers anything above a certain limit, if I remember.
We do. We have a stop loss that essentially would cap at a certain amount an individual claim. I mean, so for us, the biggest exposure we have is somebody coming in and serving weekend time, and when they're in our custody and control having a stroke or something, and then we're in charge, then we all of a sudden assume all of those medical bills, you know, and they may just be in there for serving 12 hours because of whatever, you know. So that is a major exposure for every detention center across the state, and that was why a couple years ago that excess liability policy was put in to try to cap that exposure, because we did get hit with that one time.
And we do have the COVID cases that are increasing, you know, within the jail. So you'll get a report or status that that's going to be a medical matter.
It just seems like it's more and more unhealthy people are being arrested.
Right. Well, gentlemen, thank you, and thank you for everything that you do every day, because it's always the unknown that we're all concerned about. But again, thanks.
Yes, sir.
How is the agape in your relationship working out?
They're meeting the mark. They're doing well.
Good.
Yeah.
So
They went through a little staffing issue maybe a month or two, maybe 30 days, 60 days ago, but they recovered from that. But you recall anything?
But, I mean, early on, they had some issues between the hospital and them on some standing orders, but they were able to work that out. That took a little bit of time, but since then, I don't think we've had any problems. Still well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you again. Thank you, Beaufort County. Appreciate you.
Okay, we're down to the Health Department update. Janelle? If anybody needs to stand and stretch while she's coming up.
You're welcome. Yeah, everyone stretch. That's my healthy recommendation.
An invoice for advertisement.
Thank you. $1. Have one, please. Short and sweet. Okay. All righty. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am short and sweet this morning, so I think 30 minutes is my time, but it should not take me that long. In front of you, what you'll see, I gave this to our Board of Health, kind of recapping our last year. Everything that we've done in the past year obviously cannot fit on one piece of paper, but I do love to highlight the last year of things that have gone well or things that really stand out. I have 45. So don't speed talk, it's very time. So up here, though, the one thing I always want to bring attention to is chronic disease, economy, mental health, and vulnerable populations. So that is our top 4 priority issues, and that comes directly from our community health needs assessment, which our last one was done 2020, and our new one is upcoming this year. So I also wanted to kind of take this time to put that out there that it's coming this summer, fall, when we'll start data collection. And I'm already talking with community partners, outreach and churches, organizations, because I'm going to need all boots on the ground. I need people reaching out to constituents or to their congregations, to people to fill out this survey. I know no one likes a survey. I am not oblivious to that. But this is the best way that we collect primary data for Beaufort County. Unfortunately, when the last CHA assessment, Community Health Needs Assessment, came about, it was COVID. And we only got about 300 surveys completed. And really what that is then you have a small data population compared to the 40,000. So what we need is everybody from one side of the county to the other, from the young to the old, to the black, to the white, to the homeless, to the rich. We need everyone filling it out. And that way we get the best data collected that we can. So I'll keep you guys in the loop about that. But I say that because once that comes around and that report comes out, then those assessments or those priorities may change. But chronic disease and mental health has always been in the top 4. That economy and that vulnerable population sometimes change. It just depends how the meeting that comes after the report comes out after that. So just kind of keeping you on the loop about that. What I will bring note to, you can see our clinical services, that is up from last year, or the year before, I should say, where we did 7,554 clinical visits. And we did about 1,600 of those were family planning and maternal health. And then we also restarted after COVID our postpartum home visits. And we did 40 of those last year. That service is provided for Medicaid clients. However, Health Department right now is currently working on a grant to expand that program so that we can see the uninsured as well. So we're hopeful about that, so to continue and expand that program. I will not touch too much on this. You guys are good readers, I'm sure, but I did want something tangible in your hands that you could kind of look back on. Something that's not up here that I do want to brag on the Health Department about is last year we received our reaccreditation. So we received accreditation with honors this time, which we haven't done. And I'm going to brag on staff because they met 146 out of 146 benchmarks. So that's like the best baseball average you can be, right? So they are awesome. I'm so proud of them. And then also last year we incorporated or took on Hyde County WIC program. So that program was going to basically go away. The state reached out to us to see if we would take on some of those clients. They're not a large amount of clients in Hyde, but we obviously didn't want to leave them hanging there without care. So we do go out to Hyde at least once, if not twice a month, where our WIC staff is able to meet with them and ensure they're getting their benefits or enrollment and that kind of stuff as well. Any questions so far or anything that on the handout? I told you I'm going to keep it simple. So I actually stole this with permission. Sheriff's gone, okay? Granville Vance recently shared this, and I thought it was awesome. And it's basically public health, community health as a whole person care. And why I love this picture is because I'm sure you've heard our slogan, it was probably 20 years ago now, where public health is everybody, everywhere, every day. And that is public health. We're in the restaurants that you eat at, the water that you drink, we're in the houses that you put septics in, we are in your medical, primary care or heart health, prevention, vaccinations, everything you can think of. But what I love about this picture is that we are working very closely with every organization that you see up here. We have a great working relationship with ECU Hospital. Our jail system, they allow us to come in there and test inmates as part of our integrated targeted testing system, where she's able to test for HIV, Hep C, and syphilis, and that's free of charge. And the reason that is a great prevention tool is those individuals, like he had mentioned, whether it's drug usage, we are seeing Hep C rates increase, and it is spreadable. And what we want to do is prevent that, because when these individuals do get out of jail, they are an active member of this community, whether we're whatever level they're actively in, but they are a part of this community, and we want to make sure that we're mitigating that spread. Senior Center, we do a lot of outreach, education, promotion there as well. Schools, we go into the schools and we teach our Prepare for Success program, where we actually have an educator that is in the 9th grade classes teaching them everything from sexual health to parent communication, effective communication, and also life skills. I invite you March 29th. That's right, yeah, March 29th, we're doing our Carnival Day of Fun, where we invite these teens that we've been with this past year out to the health department. We have around usually 30 vendors. Last year was our first one. But a lot of these are life skill vendors too. Like last year we had a individual with a truck, and they were able to practice like charging the battery and that kind of stuff, hooking the jumper cables up. We want them to, be involved community citizens. And I think the joke in the meeting the other day was we want them to know how to change a tire and not have to call somebody or their spare husband, right? That was a joke. But if you want to come out, I highly would love it. You just see them, these teens, and the relationship that's being able to be built with this educator as well, where they're able to ask questions and parents are able to ask questions. It's both sides of the story that are being able to learn something and take something away. So getting right to the point. So this year, these are the only expansion items that we know of at this point that we'd be asking for. And 2 of them are on-site wastewater trucks. They'd be about $45,000 each. Currently, our 2 on-site wastewater trucks have about 125,000 miles. Let me make sure I'm saying that right. Yeah, 120,000 miles, and they would replace our mosquito trucks. So we have 2 mosquito trucks that are constantly being worked on before they are taken out. And one of them is with 175,000 miles, and the one that's really struggling is at 225,000 miles. So we would like to surplus those 2 old mosquito trucks, replace those mosquito trucks with our current on-site wastewater trucks, and then purchase 2 new trucks to replace our on-site wastewater trucks. According to records, the last vehicle that we purchased was 2017. So all these vehicles that I'm talking about too, we received from a different county entity or something of that sort as well. Any questions with the on-site wastewater trucks? Okay. Good. Okay. And then the other 2 are, I want to just put it out there, were 2 reclassifications. So one was actually submitted in the fall, and I've not heard back from OSHR. So my next step is, if I do hear back with a yes, that I'd put that into the upcoming budget versus this past year, like I had hoped to see how that come. And then the other one would be one that we hope to submit within the month. It's a public health education specialist. She's been with us 2 years now. The duties that she's always had since day one technically qualified her as a public health educator too, but we're submitting that off to OSHR now because she does have those 2 years, but I have to wait to hear back from that. Yes, sir.
Those 2 reclassification that you're asking about, those are Office of State personnel.
Yes.
So do they pay into the salary also?
So the educator does have some county dollars, some grant funding dollars, and then the other position, which would be the business officer 1, because she has a hand like I do in every single program, it would come off a little bit of every AA that we get to help make those numbers meet. And that 18 is obviously including their salary as well as fringe. No. So it would be the public health education specialist, it was under 5,000, and the deputy health director would be about a 3 pay grade increase. So that one was about, it was in my notes in this section, whatever 18,000 minus 4,735 is. Yes, it is combined.
Janelle, do you mind spending a little time talking to the board and not to, they may completely understand it already, but there's always some confusion about how the health department is funded and how, when you talk about AAs and how they come down and what you're required to do by those AAs and how we match up funding against that. And typically, it's about a 50-50. I think last year we were a little below 41. So can you talk about that a little bit and help the board understand?
Sure. So this is something I've learned a lot about in the last year myself. But with these AAs from the state, they are agreement addendums. So, and specifically the major ones that come to mind, like our family planning money, which might be about $30,000. This AA basically is an agreement between the state giving us this funding and us submitting monthly, if not quarterly, reports of us meeting the standards, that we're doing the X amount of training or that we're seeing X amount of clients for that program. Same thing with our immunizations. They look at our immunization rate, and we basically receive a certain amount of money to help sustain some of those programs. Now, what I will say and what I've learned, unfortunately, is that how that 41% from the county comes in is that, let's say the immunization AA might give us $50,000, which that might cover a little bit of the, or almost all the nurse, but not the supplies. So we have county dollars budgeted to help with the supplies needed. So every position, even if it's somewhat funded by an AA, does incorporate county funding on that level. And then there's also grants. So we do try to go for grants to help sustain some of our programs to offset some of those county dollars. Our goal for grants and why they're so important to us, for example, the postpartum home visit. So previously we have a KBR grant that we received that we've been able to extend, and we have a community health worker that has been able to be employed through that funding. That funding will soon go away. Honestly, we're going to run out of money unless he wants to give us more, which I'll gladly take. But we're applying for this grant to help sustain that community health worker. She's going to be the one that will incorporate the postpartum home visits into that job reflection piece. So it's a lot of moving pieces in that sense. And we have, golly, at least 20, if not more, AAs from the state that with different fundings. Obviously, the past couple of years, we've had AAs for COVID. We don't expect that coming around right now, which has helped us to offset some county dollars or things in the past that we will not have this year. I'm trying to think. We did just receive, I'll make a funny real quick. So we received an AA from the state this past year, COVID immunizations. So if I was to say, what do you think we could use to buy with this COVID immunization money, what would you think? It's not a trick question, I promise. Yes, we're not allowed to buy the vaccines with the COVID immunizations money. So, yeah, I know, it makes no sense, but why I'm telling you that is these AAs that come to us, sometimes they don't make a lot of sense. So we have to make the best of what we can with what we have to see where it will fit in order to meet the needs as well as meet the AA needs as well as help with the county stuff, if that makes sense.
Let me ask you this, if you can't buy the vaccine, can you buy all the other things that for prevention?
So we were able to buy like syringes, but not the vaccine. We were able to help offset time where that nurse was actually vaccinating individuals. So we were able to, offset some county dollars that way. As prevention, what do you mean? Such as like education? Yes. So we were able to do like some education promotion stuff of why it's important to get the vaccine. But there was a separate AA that focused on education that we used for that money too. So it's a lot of making it fit where it can, but also we don't want to just spend money to spend money. So we have a diligent management team and a clinical practice management team that works with this financial AAs to see, okay, what's really needed, how can we use it, okay, this AA is going to be extended until December where this money runs out in June, let's use this money first. Like there's a lot of picking and choosing.
So basically, they give you the money, and then they tell you that you be a good steward and figure out how to best spend the money without buying vaccine.
Yes. And a lot of those AAs too, so there's a contact or a person responsible for each AA that before we make a purchase, we get it approved by them that it meets the AA qualifications. So sometimes there's justification needed or some future teamwork from the state level too to make sure we're within our rights and to order what we can.
I guess they also challenge you to be in compliance
Yes.
on the dollar.
Compliance is always a thing. Our poor business officer, each month she has to submit at least 25 smart sheets, which is assuring, it's the state's way that they don't have to do that report and we get to do it online for them, that it comes in a pretty format on their end. But it assures how we spent the money and that compliance stuff as well, that we're able to report out every month what we're doing, how we spent the money, and the outcomes.
Is wastewater trucks, is that what were the inspectors
Yeah, so if you
drive around?
look back to even the handout where we did on-site water visits, there was about almost 1,900. So imagine one visit every time. It could be all the way Bath or Aurora. It is those site visit inspections, and they run those trucks ragged. Especially right now, we're down one position, so people are sharing hats. So that one truck that's assigned to that individual might also be going to help with the food inspection so we can meet those needs as well. Because we have certain criteria for that too that we have to ensure we keep up on inspections.
I just want to make sure it's not tanks on the back of a
No,
pickup truck.
no,
Okay.
no, sir. I'm sorry. No, it is just a regular old Ford truck. I'm pretty sure it was a Ford. I'm sure it was white if I remember correctly, but it's a normal truck bed that be
I
just
got
used
you.
to get the inspector there to the site.
What I would like to see when you prepare your budget coming to us this year, I'd like to see your primary care staff broken out as a separate item, FTEs, how many people are dedicated to that?
Okay.
Whenever you get, you don't have to answer it now. I
No,
won't
that's
see,
fine. I was
won't
just
see it
gonna-
in the budget.
Say one thing. So with our 5 nurses, for example, they rotate programs, and per their hours, they have to get a certain amount of hours in each program because we do have enhanced role nurses. The reason we have enhanced role nurses is because they're able to see our STD clients without a provider, and they're able to handle that. The reason I say it's tricky to break down is because they might be a check-in nurse on a Monday for primary care, but Tuesday through Friday, they might be back in the STD clinic. You know, so pulling those hours, everybody's a part of primary care, essentially. Like breaking that down's kind of difficult. Does that make sense?
No,
Okay.
that doesn't make sense.
So a nurse that is in there on a Monday.
No, I understand the mumbo jumbo of the schedule. What I'm saying is reduce this to numbers. What parts of your staff, individuals, how much staff is dedicated to primary care during the course of a year? I don't care whether they're cleaning toilets today and doing primary care tomorrow. Doesn't matter. But somehow, so many people spend so much time doing primary care.
Right, but I think that's what I'm saying. So if you want a number of staff, I can give you that today. If you're saying how much money, because this person makes $60,000.
No, I
and
said
they're-
how much of your staff is dedicated.
So just the number of staff, not the time, okay.
How much
That
of
I
your
can do.
staff is dedicated, how much works providing primary care
Okay.
of the whole staff of everybody that works out there during the year? And then the number of primary care patients that you have.
Okay.
I would like that. And then I would like for you to list all of the grants that you have.
Okay.
I think some of your grants out there, you're providing housing. Are there people out there that we're just providing office for? We have that there's a grant?
Housing?
When I say housing, office space.
Okay. We don't have anyone in the health department that's just there housing-wise, that they don't work for us or with us.
Okay. All right. All of the grants that you're involved in that come to the county, list them so we can see, and the amount and the expiration date of the grant.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, can you, one second, just so I don't forget. So the number of employees
Well,
for primary health,
the part of the staff that's dedicated to primary health, not the number of employees. Because just as you said, the same employee doesn't work on primary health all the time. FTEs, reduce it to FTEs,
right.
whatever.
But the number of FTEs that we have on primary care now is the same number of FTEs that we had before with Healthy Living Clinic.
Well, I'd like to see this as a report in your budget
Okay.
preparation.
Okay.
What part, I'm going to want this broken to the part of your staff that's providing primary care for the public is what it's going to come down to.
Can I ask one clarification?
Sure.
If I have a check-in person and my staff comes and they're checking in for that clinic, are you considering that check-in person a part of my primary
Yeah.
care? Okay. Because they'll
Everybody-
rotate too.
Everybody that's involved in primary care, that's providing a primary care service,
Okay.
okay? And then the number of patients you're seeing as primary care patients versus, and also the number, you already got numbers on the number of patients that you see year-round in all these programs, so you give us all of those statistics anyway. And then list your grants with the amount of the grant and the expiration date of the grant and the staff that's dedicated to that grant.
Okay, and as far as the primary care piece, the patients being seen, I can give you that. But we don't know who's it's like. If they've listed us as a primary care provider, we don't know that.
No, this is stuff you will have in your office out there.
Okay.
You know how much, you know who is assigned, you're seeing 30 primary care patients a day, say, and you have 60 people come through the front door. That person that's sitting up there providing that service, half of their time must have gone to primary care patients.
Not necessarily.
You need to work this out. If you don't know, you need to figure it out.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out. I want to make sure I give you the most accurate data, but I think one of the hardest things, like I mentioned, saying how much time of somebody's for one patient is hard because, for example, if I have a patient that came in last week with a knee issue, that should be no labs. Like if I pulled the record for their appointment, knee issue, that's a primary care, that's no lab needed, all that stuff. However, this patient then gets back there and then they've got other issues that they have going on. Okay, maybe a lab is needed and then there's other things pulled in. Like it's just hard to measure
All
something
right,
like
let's
that.
flip this the other way. I think you're focusing on the patients.
I do that.
You need to be focusing on staff
Uh-huh,
to get the information that I want.
okay.
Staff. This nurse today worked from 8 till 12, and everybody she saw was a primary care patient. This nurse worked from 8 till 3, and half of the people that she saw were primary care, so half of her day must have been spent giving primary care.
But what happens if she was assigned in a family planning clinic, but that family planning then turned into a primary care due to the needs of the patient, but that nurse is assigned to family planning, so she
I
was
don't care what
primary
she's
care.
assigned to, it's the task. We're not working with all of the paperwork of who's assigned and what their title is and what they're supposed to be doing. How much time are you spending on primary care?
Okay, I'll do the best I can.
All right, and that'll be in the budget.
Yeah, I've got lists of grants, patients seen, and employees
Yeah.
that are primary care.
List of grants with the amount of the grant and when the grant expires, when it ends, and then the number of people you're seeing in primary care, and then your staff that's dedicated to primary care.
I've got it. Do the best I can.
All right.
Anyone else?
I got one question.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I've been noticing a lot of advertisement being done by the health department
Okay.
on cable TV. Well, really, it's not cable TV, it's streaming.
Are you talking about the tobacco cessation ones by chance?
No, I think it's one that's dealing with extending your care. And who pays for that? Is that paid through some of these grants or some of these A's?
I'm actually not sure. We haven't done any promotion other than Facebook and Instagram, which is not paid for, to say we do primary care. As far as commercials,
I noticed this on streaming of one of the channels I watch that has advertisement.
is it about the positions we hold, like come join public health kind of thing?
It's kind of that, yeah.
So that's actually a regional grant. We did not pay for that. It's because public health across the state is struggling with employees, like getting people employed. That whole effort is to promote public health and how people can get a job in public
Well,
health.
it was promoting for people to come and use your services.
Oh, that's great. I haven't actually seen it, but we didn't pay any money for that. The only one we paid money for is based on a AA Healthy Communities, that we had to do an educational thing in regards to our tobacco cessation classes and promoting that, and that's the only one we paid for.
Okay. All right. But it is not social media, what I was looking at.
Okay. Yeah, I can firmly, I don't know what it is, but that was not us. So
Okay.
it's either a regional thing that I'm thinking of, the public health aspect, but the only paid advertisement, video especially, is the one we've done commercial through like WITN.
It was filmed in your facility.
Yes, they actually, the whole crew for the whole region came to Beaufort County Health Department, tore up my conference room for a while.
It was in your conference.
It was, yeah. So that is us. You're right on that, but we did not pay for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
John. If you did have advertisement, that would go through the health board?
Like a WITN advertisement?
Yeah, if you did decide to go in that route, I mean, would they make that decision?
I would say we would bring it to them about efforts we've done so for that discussion. Now, as far as the advertisement, that AA meets with that criteria, so we usually just follow that
Yeah,
AA.
but if you, any other outside of that AA provision that we were speaking of, would it come to your health board?
It would, because we don't have any funding like that provided in our budget outside of those AAs. So anything like that would, yes, come.
Thank you. You answered my question
Okay,
well.
good, thanks.
John?
I guess Monday night, you talked about mental health.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us some more information on the struggles you're having meeting the demand?
Sure. Well, it's a good problem to be full, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm glad people are seeking that care. I put a lot of that to our licensed clinical social worker associate that we have, because when we got her, patients came from where they were seeking help to her, which speaks a lot to her and her ability to counsel individuals. As far as meeting that need, I think we consistently run into, there are grants out there that says, you know, expand your behavioral health clinic, but we can't expand when she's already full. Like, we can't offset hours or add more hours when she's at capacity. We could always add another position. However, that comes back here, and that's a whole nother level too, because it took us 10 months to even get one LCSWA on board. So even the ability for people like to hire individuals that would help expand that program is limited. And I'll be honest, LCSWs are in high demand because of a lot of the mental health stuff, and our pay is not competitive. So when we find someone, it is a passion that they have to meet that need. And as far as, I think I mentioned Monday as well, we're doing the best we can that if we do have clients that maybe are no-shows or are continuing to not show up for appointments, that could be an appointment that someone else on our waiting list could utilize. We do have an assistant right now that we're utilizing who goes through that list weekly, looks into those appointments, and calls patients to say, hey, look, are you still wanting to come, are you not? From some of those phone calls, we are able then to weed out individuals that no longer want the service and are just delaying the inevitable of a spot for someone else. And that's kind of where we are right now. We're consistently working with, obviously, the Behavioral Health Task Force in the county to see other ways that we can expand mental health services in that aspect. But even at the health department, I have no room at the inn. I have no office. I have no corner. They'd have to be in the attic or the bathroom or the break room. I have nowhere to put anybody else even to expand to meet that need right now.
Randy?
Yes, out of all these cases of Narcan that was used, where are they being used at? I mean, if an EMS unit uses Narcan, do you get credit for it?
Oh, I don't know about credit. But those Narcan that we have are distributed at community events. There's churches. There are organizations. We did give some to the sheriff's department. If we have a need or anyone that requests it, community organization, yes, we provide it to them.
So you're providing it, you're not really using it, or you don't know that they're being used?
Right. So the only ones that I know are being used would be the 19 reverse overdoses that are reported back to us, and that's through our Prevention Point program. I'm sure there's a lot more than that, but they just obviously don't make it back to us to tell us about it.
Brian?
Yeah, if you could, for the board, just real quickly, the health department is unique in the functions that it does, not unlike DSS, not unlike elections where there's pretty strong state oversight. You have certain state functions that are pushed down to the county to do. You're providing those. Can you talk just briefly about what those requirements are? What is it you're required to do? The additional funding, you talked a little bit about how the county makes up some of those funds, and how y'all been creative in being able to take some of those positions that you're required by the state to do, and in downtime, use those for other things, which has helped us reduce the county match that goes against it?
Sure, I'll do the best I can, because there's a lot of them. Okay, where do I start? So, I'm trying to think of a position like, for example, COVID dollars. You all are well aware that we got several different COVID funds that, for example, we were able to hire a COVID vaccinator. And anytime we have outreach or things, she's able to go and vaccinate. But that's a very minimal part of what she does. She is one of the assistants that helps with behavioral health because originally the intake form for these clients were like 28 pages long, which takes forever. So this assistant's able to do that. She's also able to help with scheduling our postpartum home visits. That takes that time and frees it up for our nurses. As far as what Brian was saying in regards to what we have to do, so STD visits, we are required by the state and by law that if someone was to call and they have certain criteria, we have to see them within 2 days, no more. They're not letting us push it out. So we have to tweak to ensure we are able to have that accessibility for those clients. And even if we don't have room, we have to make room because we will be held accountable for that. We do, like I said, get viewed for our immunization and ensuring that we are reaching children and adults, those vaccination rates. As far as our WIC, we also on that level have to ensure that we have a rate per not number of clients that are seen, but also the amount that are actually actively receiving their benefits, so that we get reported on that and have to accumulate for that. Our family planning, so there's a lot of ins and out that goes in with that family planning. On that aspect, it's more of not just the nurse and the education aspect, but also the back end of that for the client to be able to offer X, Y, Z and how many times. They also look at our maternal health in the sense of making sure that our clients are getting prenatal care within the first 12 weeks. Why that's really hard in this area too is that a lot of times individuals aren't finding out they're pregnant until after that, and then the first time they're seeing us or getting their vitamins and that stuff is after that fact. But we do get measured on that and are held to that account as that well. We also have reportable diseases. So Legionella disease, any of your STDs. We had a mosquito malaria event. Obviously that involved not only us as the CD nurse, but also our environmental health and spraying the area for where that could have occurred. Anything environmental-wise, such as like the restaurant inspections, we are required to do X amount of inspections pending the status of the restaurant, whereas if they're in good standing, they might only need once a year. However, our environmental health department does a really good job of ensuring they're still met quarterly because we want to make sure the food places that we're eating are safe. Any reportable disease that also could involve like an environmental health, like a restaurant inspection, we do have to do contact tracing. So back to the COVID days, I feel like a lot of people started to learn what contact tracing was when you received annoying phone calls from the health department about where were you, who you're in close contact with. That has to be done. And we do have certain standards for each of those, whether it's there's so many communicable diseases out there. I want to say there's at least, 80 reportable ones that we are responsible for, that if they come through us, we have to follow the appropriate measures within a certain time frame to ensure that we are meeting those guidelines. There's probably more too, but that's as much off the top of my head.
Yeah, so, and I guess some of the creative things y'all been able to do, so you've got staff that are doing things that the state requires them to do, and they're going to be doing that, they're there to do that, whether they are full on their schedule or not. And y'all been able to be creative in that if there's some open time in that schedule, instead of them just sitting there, not doing anything, y'all found additional services for them to be able to do that may bring some additional revenue into the health department, which then helps reduce the amount of money that the county's having to pay.
Yes.
So it's not always a bad thing to try to expand services in your business.
Right, so one that most comes to my mind would be the postpartum home visits. So 2 nurses share that responsibility, but a big key to what Brian's saying of how we're able to maneuver programs or to help share loads and to ensure, our budget's managed to the best of our ability is everyone's cross-trained. So we have 1 lab technician, but we have several people that are trained as backups because if she gets sick or, for example, she was on maternity leave, we have the capability to do what we need to do to ensure services continue so that we do make revenue at the front and aren't lost on those lab costs. But also for like our postpartum home visits, when one nurse is in clinic that day for our healthy living visits, the other nurse is able to go out and do postpartum home visits, which is a reimbursable service that is very nice to make up income-wise on that level. And I'll just say too, even from the non-medical aspect, environmental health, they are also cross-trained because like the situation they're in now, they're down one, but they're able to keep going. They're able to keep making those marks. And maybe it's not a revenue service right now for some of them there are, but for example, because they go to every restaurant once a quarter, we always meet we go above and beyond from the state level when they look at us, and we usually get an extra little something of money that helps offset some of the things we've spent because we did meet the criteria that we needed to and met 100% marking of that stuff. And those are just a few examples. And then, we talked about primary care. Our certified nurse midwife who was able to become a FNP, family nurse practitioner, and that's able to be done on her end because what happened before, primary care side, the services that we were providing before are the same services we're providing now. But what happened was if our primary care provider or family nurse practitioner, if she was out because life happens, sick kids, sick family, we had to reschedule clients because no one could see her. Now we have two, and we were able to do that without county funding of any sort. She's able to fill in and take both on clinics, and that way we don't have to stop progress. We don't have to reschedule clients because some clients that come to us, they have made a lot of arrangements to get there. They don't have a ride just out there waiting for them. They've had to make transportation plans, and so canceling is the last thing we want to do. Rescheduling is the last thing we want to do. So having that multi-trained backup piece is key to success, honestly.
Ed?
You stated about midwives.
Sure.
And what do I know not many women that having babies at home.
No.
Well, what do they do now? I mean, it's a service that we offer. What do they do? Is it?
So we're able to observe just like an OB, but not on the same level, okay? But she's able to see pregnant women, assess them, check on them, progress them. Now, any high risk, we don't have that capability, so we would refer them out. She does no births at home, not at all. We do have a partnership set up with ECU Health to ensure that there is a transfer of care because she doesn't go in the hospital either, which is different than a normal like women's OBGYN office. So she is able to see women, like I said, check on progress, again, make sure all the vitamins, the blood work, their levels, all that stuff is good, and monitor them throughout. However, there are certain high-risk criteria that we would have to refer them out because they're out.
So it's basically like she just counseling them or coaching them along during their pregnancy.
Yes, no birthing, no doulas, nothing of that sort. Yeah.
When you come with the budget,
Yes, sir.
can you also tell us what % of your cost you're able to cover in public health or in primary care? What % of your cost you're able to recoup from your fee structure?
Okay. Okay, % of cost of care that we're able to recoup, basically. Okay.
Now, there's some caveats that go with making money in the health department. And you're not allowed, and I can't find the right words, but it'll come to me and I'll have it later on. There's some caveats that you can't really profit from some of these services that you provide.
Right.
If you wound up with a surplus, for instance, in primary care or on Medicaid, you have to roll that back into other services that you provide. That surplus does not come to the county at all.
No.
That's fine. I just,
No.
No, sir, it doesn't.
I don't
Right.
expect to see 100%.
I don't either, but if it does, I need a raise.
Yeah.
Do you also need new computer software to keep up with hourly stuff?
So right now, we are the old-fashioned timesheets, and we, per the state, because of the way our agreement addendums are, so back to that caveat of if this AA, if you're a STD nurse and we're paying for a 0.5 FTE full-time employee, then she marks 0.5% of her time monthly in those columns. And it's broken up per day, and we have to do that per the AA to show the time that's spent per program. No one else in this county, to my knowledge, has to do that. Again, we're very special. Yeah, so No, and we have electronic health records, Patagonia, and that one suffices us for the needs that we have at this time. But the old-fashioned way that we do it is literally a Excel form, and they report out weekly, if they worked 8 hours, how much of that 8 hours was in primary care or STD clinic or XYZ. That's the best way that we can pull that average of time.
I got you, I got you. Let's see, we have 5 minutes left.
I'm good.
Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've done good.
Thank you.
Kelly's yours.
I looked one time and I said, she's never going to be able to fill in this
I got it
time
out.
frame
My voice is going. I've got it out.
because I kept seeing if Kelly was here. So Kelly has arrived. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And Kelly, you're up next.
Do you have a PowerPoint? I don't. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm off then.
And welcome and congratulations. I think I read somewhere where your daughter is moving on to
Yes.
her education at the
God's good.
She has been
that school in
accepted.
Chapel Hill.
Yep, she has been accepted into the PhD program with the University of Chapel Hill.
Well, congratulations.
So we are very,
Congratulations.
and she has,
word again?
I will share with you that she has been accepted under the School of Education in policy, leadership, and school improvement, and she's concentrating on post-secondary education in rural counties. So I think that maybe she'll come back here and...
Requirement that you put on her?
No, that's just where she landed. We thought it was law school, but this is where she's ended up.
Come back here.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. But good morning. I really don't have a whole lot to update y'all. Well, I say that, and then we'll get into it. But county-wise, we try not to implement any big programs in a presidential year. I guess that's the first thing I need to say, and all of y'all are aware that it's a presidential year. So in big changes to the way the voters see Beaufort County, we don't like to do that until after presidentials. For instance, our new voter tabulation system and equipment, we didn't do that until after a presidential election. We want voters to get used to it before we throw anything on them. But before I get into some of the changes, I just wanted to kind of give you an update on the voter registration stats in Beaufort County. Currently, as of today, we have 34,287 registered voters in Beaufort County. With our list maintenance, this is kind of on the high end of it, but next year after the election, we will start removing inactive voters, so that'll go down a little next year. If you're not familiar with that process, is if you don't vote through, or we don't hear from you through 2 federal elections, we mail you something. If you don't respond to it saying, yes, this is correct, you are put into an inactive status, and through 2 federal elections, again, if they don't talk to us, they're automatically removed from the voter rolls. So it's always kind of up right before presidential, and then we start the second part of that process. Just some interesting facts. Our voters are pretty much into 3 distinct groups: Republican, unaffiliated, and Democrat. We have 12,851 Republicans to 10,986 unaffiliated, and Democrats at 10,294. Respectively, that's 37%, 32 unaffiliated, and 30% Democrat. We do have 156 voters that are in minor parties, such as Libertarian, No Labels, and the Green Party. Okay? So that's kind of an update on where we are as far as voter registration statistics, and I kind of wanted to hit on a few of the law changes. We had a ton. The legislature was very busy last year, changing a lot of things in how we're going to conduct elections this year. The big thing, I think, that the public will affect them the most is the voter ID rule or voter ID requirement. We did have it for the municipal election. We had 2,853 voters in November, so we got a mini election kind of to see how that's going to be, or the process is going to work. Just to kind of start, every voter will need to show a photo ID. A driver's license by far is the one that we see the most. There, you can also present a DMV ID, a passport, a military ID, or travel ID, and also there are other groups that have applied to become valid IDs for voter registration. Beaufort County Community College has got that designation, so their student IDs would work. I think we talked about getting Beaufort County government IDs approved, but I believe the requirement is that everybody has a driver's license anyway, so instead of going through that process, that was kind of why we thought that we didn't need to take it to that step. There are many, many other groups that have gotten approval for ID. ECU did, but Beaufort Community College is the only one within the county that does that. So when a voter presents, if they present the voter ID and it matches the person that comes in to vote, then they carry on through the process. If they don't have an ID, and people don't think about it a lot, but say your wallet was stolen from you the night before, there are several processes that allow voters to not be disenfranchised. If a ID is lost or there's some reason that you are not able to provide one, you can fill out an ID exception form and give us those reasons why you can't present that ID, and the voter is allowed to do a provisional, and that comes before the board to approve or disapprove depending on the circumstance of why that voter does not have an ID. Also, and what we will probably see more of, is that people go to vote and they don't have their ID on them. So if their wallet is at home, they would be able to vote a provisional ballot and then come to our office within the 10 days after the election prior to the canvass where we certify the election and present us with that ID. We had 2 non-ID voters in the municipal election. One was by absentee, and I will say that right there. Absentee by mail also has to include a photocopy of their ID. So by mail, we're still checking IDs. This particular person was unable to provide a photocopy. I believe she was homebound and there was no way that she could get a copy. That is a valid reason for them not to present an ID. So that was presented to the board, they counted it. The other instance we had was a person that showed up on election day, did not have his wallet with him. We gave him the 10 days, he did not return, so that ballot was not counted. But ID by far is, I think, going to be the most forward front change in the elections this year. Any questions about voter ID? Oh, and also, we do provide IDs for people. If you know anybody who doesn't have one, they can come to the Board of Elections, and we can produce an ID only for the purpose of voting, but you can get one in our office. I will say this.
Is there a fee for it?
They're free. Yep. I will say this, there is a moratorium on us producing them from when One Stop stops on Saturday before the election to Election Day. We cannot produce IDs. So if anybody needs one of the free IDs from our office, they have to get it prior to One Stop ending, or they will have to wait until after Election Day.
Do you maintain a roster of free IDs you provided?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's open to the public.
Should be public information.
I just have not had that question and not found out. I'll check on that and find out.
Okay.
We keep a running log of who receives the ID. We also have the photo that we take of them, and I believe there's a 10-year, they expire after 10 years, and their photo can't change within those 10 years. So we're still keeping photos and stuff like that, but I've never thought to ask whether it's public information on who applied and received for the public ID.
Because if you give out 4,000 of those things, you wouldn't do it, but there are places that would.
I understand. I would say we are well under 50 in the last year. We right when it came out and the media was pushing free IDs, we had a bunch of people come in that, and most of them already had IDs, but they wanted to get a board. They don't have to have them, but anyone can get one. But we haven't had a whole lot of those lately. So, but I'll find out. I just don't know whether that's public or not. Any more questions about voter ID?
When it comes to questions, I'm sure all of us get questions about what school district am I in. Is it better to send them to the North Carolina Board of Election website and go to the voter link where they can type in their name?
Right. That is a big, with 9 districts, and y'all are familiar with the maps, but most normal voters are not aware of the school board map. The best way to find out any district that you're in is to go to that voter lookup on the state board website, or you can go to our website and it'll take you right to it.
Right.
And you look yourself up, it will tell you all the districts, and it will give you your sample ballot, and those are up and posted. So if anybody's confused about their school board district, they can go there, and it'll show them the sample ballot and what school board.
I just wanted to make sure there was not a better way to do it. That's what I
mean, they can call us and we can tell them, or they
Right.
can stop by the office and we'll look it up and give it to them. But if they're at night after dinner, they get to thinking about it, there's a way to access that information online.
get them at 9 o'clock on personal messages.
Yes, I do too.
So, they don't come at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right, right. But there was one other thing with law changes that is probably going to affect y'all in a way, because y'all are all elected officials. There's been a change in, I guess you'd say, the structure of what we've always called one-stop early absentee voting. One-stop has always been considered absentee. The legislature changed that this year, that it is no longer designated as absentee and is now being called early voting. So it's not designated as an absentee. Now what y'all will see front end is that we have always been able to count one-stop absentee votes at 2 o'clock on election day, and then right at 7:30 when the polls close, we can release that information to the public. So you really get, and sometimes the early voting is more than 50% of the turnout, so there's a big, we cannot start that process until 7:30. So I'm not sure when, like I said, that big dump right at 7:30, even on the statewide, all the counties would have that information loaded up so that it showed up for one stop early. That's not going to happen. We're going to have to come up with a process to figure out, because I'm usually the one overseeing that process. I don't know that I'm going to be the one overseeing that this time, because I'm dealing with precincts that have issues or can't get their machine to shut down or something like that. So I think that's probably going to be the biggest thing that candidates see this election, is we may have to wait a little while longer to get that information. Primary issues, we are getting a lot of calls this week about registration changes and when's the last day to register. To start, if you want to vote on election day, you must be registered by this Friday. If you are currently registered and want to change your party, because I'm sure y'all are aware, there's no county issues on the Democratic ballot this primary, so I'm tending to think that unaffiliateds are going to pull over to the Republican side because there's more local issues in that primary, and we are seeing people call wanting to change parties in order to vote in whichever particular primary they want to. If you are registered right now and you want to change your party, that must be done by this Friday, 5 o'clock, or either postmarked by this Friday. So we're seeing that come up. Now, if someone they are not registered and miss the Friday deadline, which is 25 days before the election, they can come in during one stop and register and vote. But that's only for those that are not currently registered. And we would allow address changes and stuff like that, but if they're currently registered, they can't change their party during one stop. So that's been a big issue that come up. In prior times when Brian and I have discussed our budget, and also with y'all, we pretty much don't budget for a second primary. A few election cycles back, the legislature changed the threshold from 40% to 30%. Since we've gone to 30%, we have not had a second primary, but if y'all have seen the sample ballots, we have some contests on the Republican primary that have 11 contests. So I'm gearing up that there may be a possibility that we have a second primary this year. I have not seen a lot of polling data on the lower Council of State races, so I'm not sure if there's a leading candidate, lieutenant governor, for instance. I think that's the one with 11 candidates. So that might pop up this year.
So is it 30% or is it 33%? You said
It's 30%.
30%.
With 40, when it was 40%, it would, if we had 3, then it could possibly go. But now it's 30%, so we need more than 4 candidates or more to trigger it. as far as how many.
Right.
But with 11, usually there's a front runner. I just haven't seen a whole lot of information on some of these lower, it's not the governor, which the governor has multiple candidates running, but I think the polls are showing several of them well over 30%. So we would think that that might not trigger, it's possible, you never know with voters. But when there's 11 candidates running and one has to reach 30%, that brings up the possibility that we might have a second primary. Other than that, I don't have any more information I'd like to present to you, but I'm more than willing to take questions at any issues that might be on your mind.
Well, in the last 12 months, I've not had one telephone call of a complaint on the Board of Elections. So
I have.
I measure it different.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But they like to call me.
Now, that excludes text messages and personal messages,
Right.
you know, but that's not complaints. It's more about information.
I will say this. The vast majority of complaints that we get at the Board of Elections are because people don't understand the process. As from when I started, it was much simpler back then. Now there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, and this and that, and so forth. It's like what I've explained to y'all today. It's just, there's a lot more to the process. So usually it's because people don't quite understand the process, and we're 99% of the time can right the wrong.
I'll go through a little process we all know the answer to. I already know the answers. You know the answers, but I've got some people that talk to me all the time that just don't want to accept the answers.
Right.
Okay?
We get a lot of that too.
So we'll go through that again. Number one, at the precinct level, there is no connection of the voting machines with the internet.
No, sir.
All right. When the information comes into you, I guess you forward it to Raleigh as a summary on the internet.
Correct.
Okay. That takes care of that.
It's a closed system. The computer that we use to program equipment has never been hooked to the internet. We get our information as far as our coding, and we upload that to the closed system we have. We produce USBs to go into the election equipment. That is then uploaded in that computer, and then on election night, when we're doing like vote, I hate to say dumps, but that's kind of what it is. As 4 or 5 come in, we have to use a brand new USB that's never been on the internet to put that on that, and then I take it to my computer and upload it. So there's never a connection. And we don't reuse USBs, because what if I go put it in my computer and somebody puts a virus on it? So that's completely protected. But the voting equipment nor the computer that tabulates it are ever connected to the internet.
Okay, and at the end of the day, we use optical scanning, so we've got a hard copy to re-verify if there's ever a question.
A few of you were probably on the board when we purchased the system we had before this one, and we had an option between touchscreen and optical scan. I was the one that said, we're not going with touchscreen, because with mechanical things and electrical and things, you're going to have issues. If our tabulators blow completely up, we still have the ballots, and we can always go back to hand counting. So we still have, and these are voter-marked ballots, unless it's an ADA ballot where they need assistance marking the ballot. But there's, the optical scan system is, it does it quicker. It allows voters to get the information quicker, but we can always go back to hand counting if we need to. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry, this is a simple question.
Okay.
If someone switched parties and then the election, the primary is over with, how much time do they have to switch back before the general? Is it something?
That's after the election. You have to do it, the time frame that you have to be worried about is the 25 days before the election.
Okay.
So they have to do it before the 25 days. But then after the election, well, and I'll tell you this, there is one little caveat there, is that if there's a second primary, that's a continuation of the first one. So we wouldn't say a Republican comes in, registers a Democrat, but then wants to change back to Republican. We would wait on the party changes until after the second primary, because it's a continuation of the first. You can't vote in the Democratic primary and then the Republican second primary. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so let's say there's no second primary, the day after the election, they could come in and fill out another form, change their party back for November. The only time party matters is the primary. In November, party
Doesn't matter.
means absolutely nothing with the ballot that you'll receive.
Thank you very much, Kelly.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
For keeping us on time.
Okay.
We're now going to take a break, and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Okay, we're back from the break, and we're up at this time to the social services update. So, good morning and welcome, Lori.
Good morning, gentlemen. So I brought my whole crew with me, and so they're all going to kind of talk about their programs and stuff very briefly, about stuff that we've encountered this year. So Amy is first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm Amy Spring. I'm the Income Maintenance Administrator at Social Services. So I want to take a few minutes to talk about our last single county audit, as well as I will be talking about Medicaid expansion. So for the last single county audit for fiscal year 2022-2023, we did not show any eligibility errors or any eligibility findings. There were 13 technical errors. I have kind of discussed over the last several years, with the single county audits, that we are going to continue to face challenges with these findings, that when these records are randomly pulled, they continue to pull records from previous fiscal years. So this last single county audit, when they were pulling records, they were still pulling records for actions that were taken from 2020 and 2021. So I know you've probably heard us talk about it before, but it's something that we will continue to face those challenges with when they continue to go back and pull records from 3 years ago. Fortunately, we did see the previous fiscal year single county audit, we had 21 technical errors. And again, this last fiscal year audit, we had 13. So we feel like that we have done a tremendous working on our findings and eliminating as many findings as we can. But again, we will continue to face those findings and challenges when they're going from the previous fiscal years.
You're talking about findings on your particular part of the pie.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, so were there other findings on the other pieces of the pie?
So for Medicaid, are you talking about just for Medicaid, or are you
Well,
talking about other
just
programs?
The whole program, all of your services.
So for Medicaid, I cannot speak for the fiscal part, they can refer to that, but for the Medicaid portion, it was just the 13 technical errors, and there were, for the crisis intervention program as well, there was a finding for crisis intervention, and that was the first time we have had a finding for the crisis intervention program. And when I refer to technical errors, what that means is in NC-FAST, and I've been talking about NC-FAST for years, but we implemented NC-FAST in 2012. Over the years, the state has really worked on the glitches that we have encountered. But as we continue and more programs and more changes and policy changes are added into the NC-FAST program, we're going to continue to face glitches. And so when I refer to technical errors, it means that everything on that case, eligibility-wise, has been determined correctly. It's just if there wasn't an I dotted or a T crossed,
and there's one little piece of evidence that wasn't added into the NC FAST system. It doesn't matter if that case was, the client was determined eligible and the eligibility was correct, they're still going to, if there's one little piece, anything wrong in that NC FAST system, they will cite it as a technical error. So last year, for the budget, we did request, in order to help eliminate the findings for the Medicaid program, we did request a Medicaid quality assurance position, and we were able to, so you guys did grant us that position. After several attempts to be able to fill that position, we were able to fill that position as of December the 28th of 2023. So that worker, she was actually previously our program integrity investigator, so she has stepped into that role. So our program integrity investigator position, we are currently interviewing for that position. So that quality assurance position, she is familiar with all the programs at DSS, but she is going to be doing second party and getting more in depth of the Medicaid program. Currently, we have 14,707 Medicaid beneficiaries, and as of December the 1st, 2023, Medicaid expansion did go live. And so we have seen a tremendous increase in our number of Medicaid applications since Medicaid expansion did go live. As of the first part of January, there were, for Medicaid expansion, there was 1,372 individuals that were now eligible for Medicaid due to Medicaid expansion. Of those 1,300, 1,247 were auto-enrolled into Medicaid expansion. Those individuals were previously receiving family planning that only covered family planning services only. So those 1,247 individuals are now eligible for full Medicaid, and they were automatically enrolled in Medicaid expansion.
Are those included in the 14?
Yes, sir.
They're in that 14?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have seen, as of January, and this number was not on the PowerPoint because I've actually been able to receive these numbers since I submitted this, we now actually have 1,701 individuals that were eligible for Medicaid expansion, which is a total of 329. So we have 329 individuals have been processed for Medicaid expansion just since December. We do continue to expect to see an increase in our number of applications over the next couple of months because county-wide we did anticipate a total of 3,150 families that were anticipated eligible for Medicaid expansion. For our temporary waivers, due to COVID-19, during that time period for the several years, there were numerous waivers that were implemented to assist families. There are currently, last year, a lot of the waivers that we had for all of our programs, they ended. However, we do still have 2 waivers that remained into effect for our food nutrition services program. The first waiver that we still have is waiving the certification interview for applications and recertifications. That waiver is scheduled to end May 31st of this year. We also have another waiver that is still into effect that is allowing telephonic signatures for applications and recertification, and that waiver is also scheduled to end this year, which will be June 30th of 2024. Also during the pandemic, they had suspended the claims and collections for our program integrity. So during that time frame, we were not collecting any overpayments or any overissuance from previous claims. That did end as well on June 30th of 2023, so we resumed all of our collection processes on July 1st of 2023. Our current caseload for food nutrition services is 4,925 cases. Any questions?
Going back to your findings, and some of the things that go on with NC FAST, if I remember correctly, some of them has a time limit. Like when a person comes in and does the application, is it still that within so many hours, so many days that you have to react to the application?
The processing times for our applications has not changed. For example, a food nutrition services application, the workers are required to evaluate that individual to see if they're eligible for emergency food nutrition services within 7 days. If they're not eligible for emergency, that application has to be processed in 30 days. For our Medicaid programs, depending on the applicant and the Medicaid eligibility that they may be eligible for, they either have 45, 60, or 90 days, depending on the applicant and the type Medicaid that they are applying for, because there is a difference between family and children's Medicaid as well as adult Medicaid in the processing timeframes. So the issues are not really around the timeframes and when the applications are due. For example, with Medicaid expansion, there's new rules and new requirements in the NC-FAST system. So these workers, there's pages and pages of policy that the workers have had to review to prepare for Medicaid expansion. And so these new requirements in NC-FAST is constant changes. So the workers have to familiarize themselves with not only the previous expectations for the other programs, but as well as the system changes that are now required in NC-FAST.
Thank you. I have a question. Do we still have a fraud investigator in social services?
So our fraud investigator, she actually applied for the position for the Medicaid Quality Assurance position that she filled that position on December the 28th of this past year. So we are currently interviewing for that position. So she has continued to as she prepares for the quality assurance position and training for that as well, she is still continuing to keep up with the referrals for any program integrity to ensure that we do not have a backlog.
All right, but we're trying to hire somebody, right?
Yes, sir, we are currently interviewing for that position. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Paul Woolard. I'm the system admin for DSS. The first thing I want to talk about, currently we are using a program called Compass for our documentation system. As it stands right now, the program is over 10 years old, and for the last year we've been having speed issues with it. If they go to put notes in a case, sometimes it will take 30 seconds to a minute before they're able to load that. Just as an example. And this is happening for both of our income maintenance and our social workers. So one thing we've been looking at is Traverse by Northwoods. They are working on a fix, and they have given us a timeline of the end of this quarter, but we'll see how it works. With that, when they originally announced the Traverse to us as a solution, the original price quoted was around $400,000, and that's including the data transfer and enrollment as a one-time fee. Recently, they started an incentive program to get customers off of Compass and onto Traverse, since Compass is becoming outdated. At the time, it has roughly lowered it to about $200,000. 100 of that is going to be the data transfer and onboarding process, where the other 100 is going to be the actual subscription costs. They're also working on getting us some sort of credit for the issues that we've had over the last year with their program. At the time, we're still trying to see if this is going to be something that would be worth looking into any further. We're currently working on seeing how much the state would reimburse if we were to go that route. One of the issues is if the state comes through with their child welfare program that they're offering, then the reimbursement wouldn't be there. However, the company that was making the program has been working on it for over 5 years, and they were recently purchased, and the purchaser, the new parent company, is on a different platform, so they're basically having to start back from scratch, so there's no idea when that could come through. One of the positives, though, is since it's a web-based platform, if power was to go out at DSS, if we have a hurricane or something like that, they would still be able to get into this documentation system and still work on their cases, as they would without any interruption. The other benefit is Laserfish, which is a program that we use in tandem with Compass. It kind of holds the raw data. They are moving to a new platform as well, and they're changing their licensing. As it stands with current licensing that we have, it would be upping it to about $40,000. Whereas Compass is 92, so right now that would be 134,000. So we would still be in about the same ballpark once we get to that point. With that being said, that's going to kind of come back into play as I get into the hardware part of this, because that will change if we are able to get to a web-based platform. It'll change some of the equipment needed and things of that nature. I know that one was kind of a lot. Do you have any questions?
So the Traverse is web-based and Compass is?
Compass is based on site.
On site?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have two servers. Go ahead.
So, okay, so you can access Traverse from anywhere?
Right. As long as you have a secured internet connection, you would be able to go into Traverse. Yes, sir.
So, Paul, oops. No, I was just going to ask you, you mentioned that there's some question about the amount of reimbursement from the state on
Yes.
that, and
We just
explain
got
that
the
one more
quote.
time.
So Patricia is going to be sending it in to get everything approved to get the ADP plan to see what the state would cover.
Standard reimbursement that you normally get off that, and you mentioned something about some other program that there, if the state did something, then this wouldn't be, so I'm not sure I understand that.
So the ADP plan that he's mentioning, we have to send up anything technology or software-based, we have to send up something to the state called an ADP plan. Brian signs off on it, Anita, Lori, they all sign off on it. We send that up, and then the state determines what our reimbursement amount will be for anything kind of technology-based. If the state offers something that they think, like say this new child welfare system comes into play, and they think that we can do our procedures within that system, they may not give us the reimbursement. But right now, there's not anything available from the state. So we're expecting to see more reimbursement from the state should we go to Traverse. But that is what we're in the process of sending up now, just to see what our reimbursement would be and if it's feasible for us to go that route.
Sort of a plus here. We started off with Northwoods as a pioneering thing back when nobody was messing with it. So we're probably going to be better off long-term to stick with the Northwoods stuff based on your recommendations than to change horses in the middle of the stream and suddenly start going with another state program that was contracted to somebody's brother-in-law that didn't know anything about programming.
That's right. And we don't have a timeline for...
Same developers NC Fast.
Yeah, no, we don't want that.
So that should kind of give you an example of what we're...
And we don't have a timeline. The state's been working on this system for child welfare for numerous years, and we don't know when it's, so we're kind of on hold as to whether or not we go forward, or that's why we're looking into it to see if it's feasible for us to do. And Compass has been great. It's been a wonderful thing for our agency, but it is older now, and Northwoods has said that Traverse is the new model that everyone's going with, and it would fix our slowness issues that we are seeing in Compass.
Okay. I understand. I think I understand what's going on. I understand computers. I understand that.
Yeah, it's kind of like any database. The larger it gets, the more you're having to pull, the more it's got to look through. So they're working on seeing if there's anything they can do on their side, and they've admitted that it is their program. So they are looking into it and are working on some sort of fix. But like we said, it's been a year now that we've been working with them to get this fixed.
Your problem with NC Fast and what you're having now is an innate problem that started when they built this program. It wasn't a good program to begin with. And obviously these people, like Hood said, somebody's brother who knew somebody.
Yeah.
And it's one more time where government is doing a bad job when the private sector can do a much better job. Now, I don't believe in NGOs, but government's got to do a better job sourcing stuff out.
Yeah.
They really do. They do a terrible job because, let's face it, most politicians don't know anything about how things work. Bureaucrats have a hard time understanding the same thing. And then you get your IT guys, and They're just bureaucrats after a while. Sorry, present company accepted. I'm sure. But, we've got to do a better job. We really do. And
From
I'm
what
sorry
I've
for the
seen,
problems you've had over the years.
the stuff that comes out of the state is kind of behind when it comes out.
Yeah. A lot of state programs suck. They really do. I mean, I look at them all the time. Some websites are terrible. And it's remarkable. It's just who you know, and you know what the next line is.
Yep. So while we're kind of on that, I'll talk about the one in the middle first, since we're in that same vein. One thing we would like to look at this coming year is a firewall in-house rather than NCDIT managing it. We've had multiple issues with them not updating our hardware and the software. And if we have an issue, we have to call the state, put in a ticket, wait for their timeline, and then we can get something through the firewall that we need, if they answer at all. Right now, we have a camera that we need them to unblock a port for so that we can have full access to this camera. They have, one, closed the ticket before they even did anything. Two, second ticket, I said, hey, we need a diagram. Closed the ticket again after I requested it. So it's kind of going on a while now that we're not getting any answers, whereas if we could do this in-house, it would be done within an hour. So that's something we kind of want to look at. We've got to look at the ins and outs of it more. But if it's a possibility, we would like to have more control over our system. But I'll jump back to the top. We were just kind of on that track, so I thought it might be a good one to mention. Our switches and access points, they have started to reach the end of life. And once they do that, that's going to start causing problems for our internet. The switches are going to control the access points in our wired internet, whereas the access points are going to handle the wireless internet. To get those replaced is going to be something that we need to do, as well as our door access. Currently, most of our doors are through ESI, and we have to fob in through them. The front doors are handled through Brady. Right now, neither of them are meeting our needs for the front doors or the side doors. We are working on getting the front door access control changed as of right now due to the hardware being short-circuited recently. It took over a month for Brady to actually get in contact with us. We still haven't been able to reach our sales rep, even though they know that we have an issue, whereas DEPS, who the rest of the county is using, they were there the following day and within 2 days had me a quote. Yes, sir.
You mean you can't get this work completed in 24 to 48 hours? It needs to be done? I mean, just minor stuff.
Well, they've got to replace some of the hardware.
But still.
Yeah, it's been taking that long for Brady to come out. For DEPS, they're going to have to replace it with their version of it, which is what the rest of the county's using. But once they get the parts in, it's going to be pulling wires and putting it in.
Is the hardware going into the computer itself, part of the motherboard, or are you replacing?
Yes. The motherboard's what fried for the, it's called an S2 system.
So you just get a new motherboard?
Yeah, that's what we were hoping to do with Brady, and Brady was saying it was going to be a couple $1,000s off of the tech's estimate, but we could never get the sales rep to actually call us and give us an official quote for it. And it's going on over a month.
So you really are looking for another vendor if at all possible, I guess.
Yes, because we've got to have something. We can't go without full control of our doors. It's a safety issue.
I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
I'd like to know who that person is. I mean, if you email me all his information, I'd love to know.
Yeah, I can get you that.
Appreciate it.
And then for ESI, which is the rest of our doors, it goes through our phone system so that we can tell when someone's out, and we use the little fobs. The ESI system that we have is currently older as well, and right now you can't get hardware for it. We've been trying for 5 months to get extra fobs, and we have 10 right now as it stands, which is enough to cover us for a while, but I would like to have more, and if those 10 something happens, we have no more fobs, and the closest ones I found are on eBay for $100 a piece, whereas it used to be 10 for $25. So that's something that we've got to look at as well. just to kind of future-proof ourselves so we don't find ourselves in a bind, not able to handle it. Any questions so far? Next one I want to talk about is our server replacements. So like I had mentioned for Compass, it is 3 programs across 2 servers and 3 virtual machines. If we were able to do Traverse, since it's web-based, and we would be getting rid of those 2 main programs, we would also be getting rid of the database SQL system that kind of connects the 2 of them, it talks back and forth, which would be able to get rid of one of these servers, and we would only need 1 instead of the 2. Also, kind of the same goes for, this one's just kind of a wish list for us. We would like to get a generator for the server room. As it stands, if we have a power outage or something like that, I have to drive over, make sure that I can get everything turned off in a timely manner, or else it gets too hot in there and we can start looking at hardware failure. Which, yes, sir.
One question. Does that server have to be on site?
Well, are you talking about like web-based instead?
Yeah.
As it stands right now, probably not. That's one thing we were kind of looking at as well, but with Traverse being a web-based program, if we were going to go that route, we wouldn't have to really worry too much about it.
Yeah, if you had a provider, they should have all that stuff there, and you probably save money.
Yeah.
Because it's expensive keeping servers on site unless it's absolutely critical that you keep having it on site.
And with, say something happens and, we get a freak storm or something like that, then it's either me or one of my guys going out, getting to the server, making sure it shuts down, or we lose,
One of the things
thousands of
that,
dollars.
we've been talking about is register of deeds a lot, and I'm concerned, I don't know where all the servers are, and you don't know what kind of facilities these are housed in. Some are housed underground, which is going to probably be a smart way to go in the future, but they've got all kinds of power options at these facilities. I mean, they can keep things going, they back stuff up. If something fails, you can put it in another server pretty quick.
Right now, we have, we're using backup batteries for them. They are larger capacity, but they don't have anything for the HVAC. We have a mini split in there to keep it cool.
Exactly, you got to keep it really cool.
Yeah, and if the power goes out, mini split goes out, we got to get those things turned off before they get damaged.
Can you look into getting everything off-site if you feel, if you can do that? I mean, if it's possible, if you're not being restricted by general statute or policy or whatever, you can get it off-site, man, you can save money and a lot of
That's kind of what we've been worried about with the cloud system, is if there's anything, since we do have such sensitive data, is if we are able to get it off-site. So we kind of wanted to start with the whole, if Traverse is this option, we know that they're compliant with everything.
If you got enough firewalls, I think, because you're thinking about hacking, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
because we're essentially a giant honeypot.
Yeah, they should be able to give you all the firewalls you need, and then you can have some personal firewalls.
Exactly. So it's kind of like up in the air. The generator is a wish list if we keep everything the way we have it now.
Yeah.
But if we have Traverse, or if we are able to get on a cloud-based system, then we wouldn't really need it, other than if, the rest of the building needed power or something like that. But that is more grounds and maintenance. This is just me focusing on our heavy-duty equipment.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. But that's it for me. Is there any questions?
I think we're good.
All right.
Need to make sure we get these last 2, I'm sorry.
It's just 2. So I'm going to do the social work updates. And so just a couple of things I need to bring to your attention. So in adult services, we do the Community Alternatives Program for Disabled Adults, which is like an alternative to the nursing home. So people stay at home versus going to the nursing home. Several years ago, the state took this over to manage the slots. So used to, the slots were county ran. So we did a really good job and we kept all our slots filled. Once it went to the state, like most things that go to the state, it went by the wayside and they can't fill the slots fast enough. They also went from county slots to state slots. So we do have a cap position that I have left vacant for a while because I can't determine if the state is going to be able to give me the slots that I need, or if they are going to continue to go in the path that we're going. And so I just kind of wanted to bring that to your attention, that in adult services, that's kind of the only issue that we're really seeing is this CAP program. We used to have about 110 slots that we were able to fill, but with the state taking that over, so we kind of let that vacant just to see what happens. Hopefully, they'll be able to bring those back.
Are we in a position where we have people complaining or people suffering because of this situation?
So what happened was, it's kind of a confusing thing. So once the state took over the slots, they are saying they're, depending on where you are, your population, a variety of whatever rhythm they're using, some counties needed them worse than others. And so it just depends on where you're at, on whether you get some of the slots or not. So that's it. Right. Okay, so in foster care, these are some things that happened after the budget was passed last year. So we were notified on June 16th that we're going to have foster payment increases. If you go a couple of slides, you'll be able to kind of see the increases. Then in July, the end of July, we were noticed that the administrative calls was going to increase for private agencies. So these are the agencies that we call when we don't have any foster homes in our county. And so if you look like, just for instance, for a child that's under the age of 5, it would cost an additional $1,260 a year for that in administrative cost. So if you look at the next page, it kind of tells you a rundown of how much it costs us to do a payment for foster children. So the top is standard board rates, and so that is when we're able to find a foster home that we're not doing through an agency, it's one of ours, or another DSS. But the reality is no DSS has enough foster homes, and neither do we. And so if you go to the next little block, this is for your private agencies. These are like your Children's Home Society, Boys and Girls Club, the people that we call when we don't have any placements, and then you see the difference in the rates. So another thing that has happened in foster care is the Families First Prevention Act became a federal law in October of 21, and it basically limits the number of days a child can stay in congregate care, a residential setting. So this is any of your group home kind of placements. They feel like children, well, I believe this too, should be in home-like settings, that this would push us to do that. There are children that do not need to be in home-like settings. They need that group home level of care, and not forever, but they need it for an extended amount of time until we can get them stable enough to bring them back to family settings. The state has been offering bridge funding to cover this cost. They are saying they're not going to offer it this year. And so that, not that we have a lot of children in residential, because we really don't. We try really hard for that not to be. But I just want to bring that to your attention. I never know what children will come into custody or what might happen next year. The other thing that has been a positive thing, but it did affect our budget, is the unlicensed kinship. So what has happened is if you have a family member that there's a 5 degree of blood relatives that you can use so that children can stay with their relatives and actually get a payment. So that takes it out of a foster home kind of placement. So you're with a relative. And you get half of the standard board rate. So children 0 to 5, the person gets $351 and it goes up. And so what that is a 50-50 split between the county and the state. We know children with families, with their own families, have better outcomes. We know that children thrive with their own families, and so this is a really good thing. It's just that it didn't come, we found out about it in November. So our first payment went out in December. We currently have 37 children out of our foster children that are in relative placements that fall under this category. And just so everybody kind of knows, we have 132 children in foster care right now. We still have 3 children 18 to 21, and this is like helping children with life skills, because we all know at 18 children aren't ready necessarily to leave the nest, so we have 3 of those children, and we have 204 kids that we do adoption assistance for.
Are your numbers generally increasing, leveled out, or decreasing?
So we are not as high as we are at COVID, but we are higher than we were last year. So, and I'll kind of talk about why I think some of that is in the next couple of slides. So these are the struggles that are in child welfare that have been there for years, but they seem to be getting worse. So we do not have appropriate placement for children. There are not appropriate placements in the state for all the children. We know that there are numerous children that we have that are more than 2 hours away from us. So if you do a weekly visit with a parent, and children need to see their children weekly, the kids need to see their parents, parents need to see their children. We're driving 2 hours to get that child, we're bringing them to the agency, we're doing a visit, and we're driving 2 hours back. Some situations when parents are able, that we're able to transport and everything is fine, or there's not some kind of employment issue with the parent, we carry the parent there, because that just is a little more economic friendly. But we do have children that are a long way away from this county. We have a lot of placement disruptions. That is with every DSS agency, especially if you end up with children that are up into their teens, 13 and above. So that often leads to us sleeping in the agency. That is a very real thing in this county. We are not as bad off as a lot of counties because we do a lot of stuff to try to stop the placement disruptions, but I do want you to know we spend a lot of nights in the agency, and in the last couple of weeks we have had a lot of children in our agency that we've had to accommodate. There has been several situations that got very scary, and we've had law enforcement in our office numerous times in the last couple of weeks. So the other thing is the foster care specialty plan. Once again, we have no idea when that's coming about. We know that will be beneficial to our foster children, which is the Medicaid portion of that. We don't know exactly when that'll take place. The other problem that we're having is, like a lot of positions we have that Kelly will kind of talk about, we're having trouble filling some of those. Child welfare is extremely difficult to fill right now. We know you're working a lot of hours, and it is very taxing on people, and so trying to pull people into child welfare is extremely hard. I do not see that like in adult services. So we've done really well when we fill some positions, and then we lose a bunch of people. They'll come in for a little while and realize they can't do it. And so I just want y'all to know those positions are extremely hard to fill. And as Paul already talked about, which I won't go back, is that CWIS system, which I don't even remember what the acronyms stand for right now. Some kind of whatever they come up with at the state. We don't know when that's going to come about. Even after I sent all my staff to do this training that they wanted us to do, and we wasted all that time, the state, once again, could not figure that out. So with that being said, due to the number of vacancies that we have in services, I would not ask for any expansion items because I don't know what I need because I can't fill the positions. So we're definitely doing the best that we can. But I did want to bring to your attention in the next month, I would like to bring to the commissioners that I would like to restructure a few positions that we have. So my old position as deputy director, I would like to reclass and move down to a program manager. And I'm going to tell you why I would like to do that. I feel like I've done this for 5 years, 6 years. We know that what I have is a lot. This position that I had before was a lot. Child welfare is very demanding. We need somebody who only focuses on child welfare. As you know, there's a lot of DSSs around us that are in the news and have been taken over by the state. I will tell you, I take great pride that Beaufort County does an awesome job with children, and I do not want that to ever change. And so I feel like we need to do this in order to make sure we keep up with the times that are happening. And just the other thing that has happened in December, we got 16 Dear County Director letters just for child welfare. So that's 16 things that I had to implement in child welfare alone. So that's almost one a day, during the month for me to implement something new or change something or something the state thought was better. And we're doing that with very little state oversight. I'm not saying I don't have great state counterparts in some of the areas, but they don't have any staff, and so that kind of in turn makes it with us. And we need somebody who can watch what is happening with children sleeping in our agency and some of that dangerous kind of stuff that we know is happening. And in doing that, I would like to take our county social services administrator too and provide some kind of pay incentive, a percentage of an increase, and take all the other duties that I do, adult services, second in command for the director, and put that under that position. Doing so, this would not cost any additional county dollars. Some of you will remember about 8 years ago, this is how the agency was actually structured, and then we kind of changed it, thinking this would be a little better, but with the demands of child welfare, I really feel like we need to do this. So I'm looking to try to reclass that position, and I just kind of wanted to bring you that, make sure everybody was aware.
We're going to leave you with an assistant director.
So it would so that position that Social Services Administrator 2 would have the working title of like a deputy director. And
So you'd have your
I would
help.
still have a second in command. It would just give us some more focus on child welfare where we know that we need it.
Lori, I rode to Raleigh a couple weeks ago with the chairman of the Hyde County Board of Commissioners, and he was telling me there is a movement to look at the old nursing home in Swan Quarter to be able to handle some of these foster children that can't be placed directly in a home that, needs that group atmosphere. So to me, that's positive. I don't know who initiated that.
I've been in all those meetings. So the director in Hyde County actually initiated that. It's an awesome idea. So what they're asking, there's a lot of planning that's going on, and it's kind of, they want all these DSSs to buy into it. So you would pay a certain fee, and it would secure me a bed or two, which would be beneficial, and we can stay there up to 60 days. So it really is a really, really good idea. And depending on how it goes, I would like for us to obviously move towards that.
That is a great site for that kind of a thing.
It really
No Cross Creek Healthcare. It's isolated. If you want trouble, you're going to have to go somewhere and get it. I mean, there wouldn't be outside influence.
I mean, based on what I hear every year from you guys, and what I hear, from some of the people that are involved, it sounds like an excellent program.
It does. It really does. She's done a lot of hard work. We've done a lot of planning to try to see if we can get that.
Let us know if there's anything we can do to
I will.
help move that.
Okay.
I feel like we're probably getting short on time, so I'm going to kind of try to run through this quickly for you all. I'm just going to talk about try to move this slides along. Talk about some of our overspending. We are overspending in our overtime line. A lot of that is directly related to the child welfare issues that Lori has just talked about. And in years past, our income maintenance staff would have to work very little overtime. But this year, with the ending of all of these waivers and Medicaid expansion, our income maintenance staff has had to work overtime this year, so that has also impacted that budget. And of course, we are short-staffed, we are understaffed. We struggle to fill those positions, multiple positions. I post 2, 3, 4 times before we get a pool of qualified applicants that we can actually interview. So like I said, the understaffing also contributes to that. The other line where we are overspent or expected to be overspent are our foster care lines. So we have 2 different foster care lines. There's a 4E foster care line and there's a state foster care line. And we never know from year to year how many children we'll have in custody that qualify for state and that qualify for 4E. This year, our state foster care line is on track. It's our 4E line that we are overspending in because we have more 4E children this year than we did last year. We always try to prepare the budget based on what we have. So when we prepared this budget last year, we had about 110, 115 foster kids. And as you know, Lori just said, right now, we have 132. We also did not know about the foster care rate increase. Well, we knew about them, but we didn't know that they would be effective until after our budget was submitted. And then we also did not know about the kinship placements. So we are going to try to work as best we can to move some money within our budget to cover 4E, but we do expect to have to come back and ask for a little more funding for that line. Good news is that our 4E line is reimbursed at a rate of 84%. So it would only be 16% county dollars if we have to increase that line. Other than that, let's see, our revenues, we're pretty much on track for that. We always continue to work to make sure that we get 100% of all of our cap allocations. Maintenance of effort for this year. Last year we received $418,000 in additional revenue because we are an electing county for the Work First program, and we are on track to get approximately that much this year as well. And I'm just going to mention COVID funding. This COVID funding here is part of the American Rescue Plan Act. This comes to us through Mideast Commission as part of their funding that they received. So we have this year we had $121,000 to spend on our congregate meals and our home delivered meals program, in addition to the regular HTCBG block grant. But as of right now, that's the remaining COVID funding. As you all know, it's kind of trickled off over the last few years, but I did just want to mention that was the only COVID funding that we have left remaining. And we do have until September 2024 to spend that money. Any questions for me?
Yes. Okay, you still have an attorney on staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I'm not sure I'm asking the right person the question, but in the case of parents who are not taking care of their children or abandoning their children, for some reason, the recent killings of people, they're taking parents to court, and they should be doing it because for not looking after their children like they should. Are we aggressively pursuing what I would call parents that are, well, I'll be polite, parents that are not doing their job?
So if it meets something that is criminal, all of those by statute have to be sent over to the DA and law enforcement. Now it's up to the DA and law enforcement whether they press charges.
Mm-hmm.
But anything that meets that level, they absolutely.
We're being aggressive with that, of going after parents that are not doing what they should be doing.
Send everything.
If you have knowledge of drugs in the household or something like that, I guess that would go over.
So, maybe, it really kind of depends on what level of drugs you're kind of talking about.
No, they're all bad. There's no level of drugs.
This county has an extremely high drug, you know this. It's
Yeah.
extremely high. We have a lot of substance affected infants, children that are born addicted.
Yes.
Those cases, if you're born addicted, don't go to law enforcement. It's just not something that, I know what you're trying to ask, but that would not go. If we walked in and you saw an unbelievable amount of cocaine, we're absolutely calling law enforcement. That is criminal, and we would call.
Well, I would just, as a commissioner, like to say, I would support you in being very aggressive in going after these things.
But if they meet the statute, we absolutely do.
Okay, even if they're close to the statute.
Thank you very much for keeping us on time. We're down to the Register of Deeds. Carolyn, welcome. You're the only thing between us and lunch.
You know what? I'm going to be brief and in a scurry with a big story, so I'm sorry I didn't get this to you beforehand. I hope it's okay if I hand this to you just for information
It is.
purposes. Or how about if I just hand this to you and I'll pass them around?
Well, yeah, we'll pass them around.
Get on down to business so you can go eat.
Okay. And if you're ready, I'll get started.
Give those to Brian, Carolyn.
Okay.
These extra. You got, I'm sorry.
I am happy to report that we are moving along very well. I think we have utilized, today's February 7th, about 50.6% of our budget. So we are running pretty darn smoothly. Couple of things I'd like to bring to your attention. On July 13th, I had credit card, debit card machines installed in the Register of Deeds. And to date, we have had 759 credit card transactions. And of that 759, 484 of those were vital requests. Our online vital request system is well received by our customers. We are sending birth certificates all across the nation. And there is an express service that we offer too, so they can get it overnight in case of emergency. So with that being said, just some of the things that we have done. To date, we have recorded 3,395 real estate documents. We have recorded 186 births, 150 marriage license we have given out, and death report, 344 deaths since the first day of July. We have purchased, which was in our last budget, new computers for our counter, and we've gotten one installed and waiting for the other two. What I've done is I've transitioned those that are being replaced to the vault to replace the oldie goldies back there that were installed in 2014. We are frugally using our money wisely. There is, we do have some equipment left to buy. Our label machine is about worn out, so we have money in our budget for those. We won't be asking for any additional funds this year because we are well within our budget. There is an item that I would like for y'all to I'd like to plant a seed today. The books that we have in the back, not all of them are online. Our books go all the way back to 1696. I would like to, which I'll put in my budget and hopefully get some money from somewhere else too, but I've gotten quotes on digitizing books back to 1917 after talking with the attorneys and title searchers and so forth. They feel like that is a really good point to go to. So I've gotten two quotes on that. One was $160,000, which the one $160,000 came from the one that did the first digitization. So he would just be adding on to that index. The second quote was $264,000. So, and that was, I expected that to be high. But those are things I'm just kind of throwing out. I think it will be great. As you know, our office is very limited in space. Therefore, as you know, we are not printing real estate books at this time because there is no space to put them. Those are things to take into consideration, and what can we do to help that? Those are discussions, I guess, to be had. But as it stands right now, my budget is rolling really good. We're within the constraints of our budget, and so it's just a good news story all the way around, I hope. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, on the credit card.
Your mic. All right.
On credit card
Fees, who is paying those fees?
Okay, when I researched the different companies, I chose a company that had the least fees. It's actually a credit card processing company. There's a convenience fee of $1 that is assessed to the customer.
Okay, how much is the fee that goes with that transaction?
$1.
Most of them are based on a percentage.
$1. On marriage license, it's 3%, which is $1.80 that we charge for a marriage license. That is a convenience fee that is charged to the customer, and they're told, and we've had no complaints with that.
There's not a percentage?
No, sir.
No percentage
No,
scale,
sir.
it's $1. They walk in there with $10,000 or $10, it's still $1 fee.
Yes, it depends on the transaction. Just like I said, vitals and real estate, it's $1.
Okay.
On marriage license, there is a 3%, and it's $1.80 because the marriage license costs $60.
Okay.
But some of the other companies that I checked into, their fees were extremely high, which rolled onto the customer, and I just couldn't see that, so I picked the one that had the lowest.
Well, the county has an ordinance. I mean, the county in the past policy is we don't pay credit card transfer fees. That's with the county.
Yeah, and the customer does pay.
As long as the customer is paying for it, it's not a problem with me.
Yes, sir.
There is a serious disagreement on the amount of space that's in the Register of Deeds office. Don't forget, I've been in at least 40 of the counties in Beaufort County Register of Deeds, so I've seen probably more Register of Deeds than you've seen. And there's plenty of space in the Register of Deeds office by simply changing the way the counters are to put probably 8 years of hard copy deeds in there. I'll make that as a statement. It's not debatable, just a statement. And I'll be glad to go over there and show anybody that wants to see it why there's space in there.
And I would be happy for you to come over and do that. So the invite is open.
I'm there all the time, and it's real easy to see when the counters are 4 feet high and the ceiling is 12 feet high. Just, all you got to do is build those counters up, and you're there. So I don't understand why this is so difficult to understand. It's a factual thing.
Carolyn?
Yes, sir.
The cost of going all the way back to 1917 of $160,000, I'll just use that number.
Yes, sir.
Is any money available at the state level or is that strictly a county function, Brian?
Well, that could be, but being the amount, Anita and I had talked about that, and she said that there was some money left in the COVID money, the American Rescue money, because the grant that we typically get, which was already supposed to be open for us to apply for, is a very small, it's $2,000 and some odd dollars. And then they come back for a second round that we can apply for, which equates to about $4,200 a year. We do have some money in our automation fund. That is a fund to be used wisely for the Register of Deeds office, and I wouldn't want to deplete that in case there was some type of emergency, something that I would need to fall back on. But, so I'm looking at any avenue where some funds could be moved from or whatever, but I think that's something that would be beneficial, not only to us, but to the customers, to the attorneys, the title searchers, the land surveyors, that are using our services. So, and those books that are in there, if a fire should come through, those books are gone. So, and they're not online. None of those are online. And I'd like to see that happen sometime in the future.
I would encourage you and Anita and Ashley and Brian to work together and in your budget to come to us with some number, even if it's not all the way back. Let's do something.
Okay, I'll be happy to. Okay. Any more questions?
Well, it looks like we're going to eat early.
Well, I'm going to let y'all go to lunch early. My lunch is sitting on my desk right now, so I'm going to head back over there.
Well, thank you.
Thank
Is
you.
it warm? Is it warmer outside?
It's cool.
Okay, what time? Chris is in here. What have we got time? I mean, 12.
I've got the rest of our staff members coming at 1:15. They're going to be presenting their section.
Okay, at 1:15. So we'll start at 1:15. All right, thank you. We'll see you after lunch.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, and then you guys probably it's kind of ironic when you see on the debt listing, that's actually on, that she showed you, that's Michael Buzzio, former Commissioner Ron Buzzio's brother who passed away last week.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners, and certainly appreciate the time to meet with you to get today and just kind of share where we are in the current year and where we hope to move to next year. So I think you guys all know we like to keep these conversations very casual, so if you got any questions, just throw them out to us as we go. We certainly have time, hopefully build in at the end to take any questions as well. So as many of you know, emergency services just in term is a very broad definition. And while we normally focus on the public safety aspects of fire, EMS, and emergency management, oftentimes we're involved with a lot of different things. And because of that, it kind of brings us back to the things we talk about in the office all the time. We're very unique in our function in that as an office, we have a lot of responsibility of making sure things are mitigated or prevented or responded to as they should be when things go bad. But oftentimes we don't have direct authority, right? So we have the responsibility without a lot of authority. And where that brings us back to is our success truly depends on our ability to build and maintain relationships. And that's what I'm very proud of from our office. This is not just a one-person show. There's no way it possibly could be. And I know I've said it before, I've got probably the easiest position in this office, and that is simply communicating.
the folks behind me and in the field right now who couldn't join us today, they're the ones that's making things happen. And, I've said multiple times, just very proud of this group. I have never personally worked with a group that has the knowledge, skills, ability, and just true desire to serve as what we've got now. So I'm very proud to be a part of that. So this year has certainly been a reminder that everybody plays a role. This is not a one-man show, and it takes a really good team to pull this type of work off. As we go through this budget process, again, I'm going to remind you of some of the kind of categories that we look at. This is something that we implemented back in 2021. During the 20 and 2021 years, we started a strategic planning initiative, and we really look at things across the board in these four categories: operational efficiency, professional development, our equipment and vehicles, and facilities. So a lot of the things we're going to talk about, you'll see us refer back to one of these four purviews, so to speak, as we move forward. And with that, I'm going to step back and turn it over to DC and Melanie to talk about their specific divisions, and I'll join you again as we get to the end. All right?
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm DC Linton. I'm the new emergency manager coordinator. Thank y'all for letting us come up here and give this presentation to you. So right here are our fiscal year 23 and 24 accomplishments. We wanted to maintain a current level of service, which would continue our enhancement in our staffing contingencies, our part-time and our full-time specific assignments, our growing demand for daily operations with response and involvement in fire inspections. Operational efficiency is good working relationship with our community partners. So our office is getting a lot busier. We're reaching out and having partnerships with the HOAs, the communities, fire and EMS, which makes us a lot more busier because we're helping out and reaching out in areas that we didn't before. Professional development is our specialized training, which involves a lot of our fire investigation, terrorism response, cyber, and incident command and planning. Right now, we're working on a few things. Right here is emergency management grants. Our 2024 grant initiatives is our BRIC grant, which we're working on. That's due Friday. It's all about resiliency. Thank y'all for approving us for our DMRF, which is a disaster relief grant that we submitted January the 31st. We're currently working on a CBCG grant for emergency management preparedness. Our DIPPER grant, which is allocated resources. The AFG grant we're working on, which is for radios and comms for the county. And another grant will be a SLCGP, which is all about cyber awareness. Next slide is talks about office supplies. So our current budget is $2,400, and the estimated expenditure is $2,400. This is something you may see move or change a little bit due to if we have an event where we have to take care of other organizations or all the acronym agencies that come in, help for like food or stuff like that. So that may be a change, but our current budget was $2,400 and our estimated expenditures was $2,400. So our contracted services, our current budget is $12,200 and our estimated expenditure is $15,200. So you'll see a change in this. That's due to the generator maintenance. That was already budgeted, but it come out of different lines, so now it's going into contracted services, but as before it was just in a maintenance line. So that's the only reason you'll see the difference in that. So our professional development is our $6,500 was the budget, and our estimated expenditure was $6,500. This is due to increased costs that require classes, our conferences that we have to go to, our EMPG requirements, a continuity of operation, and a new emergency manager. Our dues and subscriptions, you'll see we had a budget for $1,000, but the estimated expenditure was $1,240. That was due because of the NFPA online subscription goes up, and y'all know how a lot of subscriptions are. They go up as time goes. For our fiscal year 24-25, the equipment purchase, potential expense will be our Viper radio upgrades for the TDMA compliance. That's going to be $6,200 roughly. So in 2025, all radios and communications with Viper have to be a TDMA compliant radio, or they're pretty much just like a base that's sitting on your mantle. Just to be, sir?
How many units do you have
So the units that we have currently,
to upgrade?
to upgrade, I think there's 12 units.
Okay. Okay. The only reason I was asking is the sheriff was in earlier, and he's getting his done for $549 apiece.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So a lot of this with the equipment purchases, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, is also involved with our EMS radios. So the EMS side as well is part of all the Vipers going to be tied in together for contingency.
Okay, I don't know if you guys can communicate on that issue, something like that.
So there can be a price difference when you're talking about upgrading radios, particularly when you're comparing law enforcement upgrades to other public safety. The biggest drive of that is the type of radio. So if it's a Motorola Kenwood, obviously there's different cost in it. For the most part, we use Motorola in the county. The biggest change on that is going to be encrypted channels. So if law enforcement a lot of times has secure channels, updating those is a different process than what we would have.
And in some of these Viper upgrades for TDMA, there is some cost for changing some hardware in them as well. So for our fiscal 24-25 capital outlay, this will be for equipment for emergency management. We are currently applying for grants for the following items: the thermal imaging cameras, AEDs for our vehicles, our mobile radio replacement, and our PPE for our EM staff. So on this grant, that's going to be for our CBCG. It's for our imaging cameras, our AED, and our PPE. So the reason you see this in the capital outlay, because of the growth of our department and for the lack of our daytime response, we're using to fill the gaps, and we're a support system. So if y'all don't know that our EM department is fully staffed with advanced level fire department firefighters, firefighter 1 and 2s, and also paramedic level. There's many times where we're in the field as a support system during the daytime where there's lack of daytime response from volunteers. So by this, these pieces will actually help us for many aspects. There's a NFPA, I think it's 1851 compliance that we have to be in for our gear to be maintained. There's a compliance issue also for our imaging cameras, which will help out our fire investigations and our, if we're first on scene, to do 360 visuals, to do scene size-ups, to find hot spots, even help to find victims that could be in a fire. So, like I said, we're a real big support system for the county with lack of daytime response. So that's why you see the capital outlay for the equipment. But we are trying for the grant first. So that grant will be due March the 6th. And just to give you a heads up on the grant, that's for the CBCG. So we submit it March the 6th. We'll know funding on July the 1st, no later than July the 1st. The period of performance of this grant is 12 months, and it has to be totally done by June the 30th of 2025, and that is a 100% grant. There is no cost, no matching or anything. For our fiscal year, our 24-25, a capital outlay for vehicles, this is a replacement plan for a 2018 Chevrolet Silverado with 122,000 miles. So what we try to do is we're trying to apply a 3-year replacement plan or 125,000 miles on these vehicles. When this vehicle here was purchased, it was a 2018 purchase, but it ended up getting in 2019. This vehicle was half the cost of what it is now at $49,000. It was roughly $29,000. So the price, the way the upgrades are, and every year the prices are getting higher and higher and higher. This will be part of our capital outlay to replace a vehicle every 3 years on the EM side. Have any questions?
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
How many times are you backfilling or being first on the scene in an area that's covered by a volunteer fire department?
So currently, right now, the volunteer fire departments we have in the county, we have Chocowindy has a paid staff, which is one guy from 8 to 5. Bunyan Fire Department on this side, east side here, they employ 2 guys every day from 6 to 6. But that's not every day. You at least get 1 guy a day. And Punch Creek just started employing 1 guy a day from 8 to 5. So there's many times, well, recruitment's tough on the volunteer firemen right now. There's many times we'll get help, but they're not the guys that really can go in there and do a lot of the heavy lifting, the loads. And it's great to have 3 guys, but if you've got a guy there that can pump the truck but can't fight the fire, there's many times that we're having to do that role.
And how many is many times? Do you have it?
Since I've had this position, I've done it, I got hired on November 28th, and I think I've done it 9 times.
Okay. When you come back for the budget meeting,
Yes, sir.
can you give us the 2023 number or what it, or for the year number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on that, because I think that's important as we go forward in planning what's happening to our volunteer fire departments.
We'll talk some more about that as we get to the end of the road.
Okay.
You didn't mention Pine Town. Does Pine Town, at one time, Pine Town had somebody working part-time during the
So
day?
Pine Town, what they do is they're a volunteer squad, but they have a part-time for their EMS division.
Okay.
And,
well,
but their EMS, they're only running as a basic level squad.
Okay, but they do have somebody there at least during the week on the EMS side?
Yes,
One.
sir. They're on call. So they're at the station, and they're part-time, but they're right there from times from 8 to 5 in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
And next we have Chief Sawyer with Animal Services.
That or just up and down?
Do what?
Give me the name of that billy goat.
Millie, M-I-L-L-I-E, Millie the goat on TikTok. Oh, yeah.
Did Brian find it?
Good afternoon, thank you for having me. Just going to be quick and go over a few things. Just some of our accomplishments for the past year. We've been able to maintain the current staff. We did have to hire one part-time employee, but all full-time have been maintained this past year, which is a blessing. You can see our number of intakes that we had. These numbers do not include any wildlife that we had to take in to send off for testing, bats, things like that. But you can see the number of dogs, and our adoption numbers have maintained. We've maintained our rescue, our relationship with our rescues. So they have been still, even though they're full, they have been helping us out when they could with our cats and our dogs. Professional development, still having to maintain, I had one of my part-time employees certified for rabies, which helps us out when we have all of our officers out on the road. And we're taking as many classes as we can find, which are few and far between hands-on classes. Community partnerships, we still have a strong relationship with our community. They are willing to help us anytime we put out on Facebook that we need dog food, cat food, litter. We get it shipped in by the truckloads. UPS man, FedEx, all them, they kind of not looking forward to it when we put it on Facebook because they come in, we'll have the whole lobby full of boxes of food. And it's amazing. We had one adult dog of dry dog food, and within the end of the week, we were trying to find places to store it all. That's how much we receive from the community, which is a blessing. And it helps us not have to spend so much money on the food side of it. We have one lady who still donates every month a $100 gift card to Tractor Supply, which buys most of our cat litter from Tractor Supply. It's simply because she adopted a dog from us and she wants to give back. So she does that. We have received this year $19,000 in monetary donations from memorials, just people walking in, thinking, wanting to thank us for what we're doing and just handing us checks. We had one lady come in and gave us a check for $5,000 and said she wanted to be the Secret Santa for all adoptions for December. So we were able to adopt out, give or take, 80-some animals and say, by the way, Secret Santa said Merry Christmas and enjoy your new pet. We had a lot of tears shed, but a lot of happy times. So she was so happy with that she came back and gave us another check for $5,000, and that will be used towards more spays and neuters, which goes along with the grant that you gave us, and we're almost to the end of that grant, And so that money will be earmarked for that to help get more of our case animals spayed and neutered. And then, once again, food, toys, we had one group donate $600 worth of toys for the dogs. So our community really steps up for us, and we couldn't do it without them. Shelter care and kennel supplies, that's probably going to be, we might go over a little bit on that simply because it's the disinfectant we use and the degreaser that we have to use in the runs. That's so expensive and the shipping's so expensive. So that's why that's in there, but we still are blessed to have all the donations. Tractor Supply runs things for us all the time, so that helps with some of the supplies that we need. I'm going to turn this, I was told to pivot this to Chris because I missed something about this, so credit card fees.
I know Commissioner Richardson brought this up just before lunch about credit card fees and how that's being implemented at the operational level and paid for. So this year, prior to this year, all adoptions were the exchange of cash in the office. And if someone needed to pay with a card, they had to leave animal services, come here to the water department, make the payment, and go back. So it was it just wasn't user-friendly for someone looking to adopt an animal. And we wanted to ease that burden as much as possible. So at the tail end of the last fiscal year, we started working with the finance department to identify some ways that we could implement credit card payments in the office. And the problem is, with a new program, we really didn't have a good way of estimating just what that would look like, how much it would be used, all the fees that were associated with it. So in that research, what we did was implemented that credit card payment this year. We identified a line item so that we could track how much fees were going along with that. And our intentions in this pilot year was to see, one, if it worked, did it help us with adoptions, does it ease the process, and how much money would it cost us to provide that service to someone looking to adopt. That's what this setup has allowed us to do. Now, currently this year, we are going to cover this amount out of donations. But it's just to find out what that metric is. What we can see already this far into the year is that it is a huge advantage to us operationally at the shelter to have this process in place. Makes adoptions easier, limits the amount of exchange of money between someone adopting and our people and then us getting it here and deposited and all that kind of stuff. So this is a huge benefit. As we go through the year and in our budget presentation, you may see us come back before you and say, hey, we would love to have $2,500, $2,000, whatever that number is, approved in our budget to cover these fees. So that's kind of where we are with this program. Just wanted to take a moment to clarify that because I know it came up earlier.
Part of the problem here is the county up till now has had a policy that we don't pay credit card fees for anybody, so you're going to need to figure out a way to get this done. And donations is one of the ways that you can do it because that takes it out of the taxpayer's pocket.
And for us, we're just trying to get that metric, right? Was it a benefit? And if it is, what's the cost versus reward? Right? What are we getting from that? What's our return on investment of having these fees?
Brian?
Yes, so Commissioner Richardson, just to be clear on, we actually the board approved for credit cards to be cleared through water. That was a separate thing that came in. So we actually do that. We do. And that came to the board it was several years ago, and it was a budget request, and the board said yes, because it was an opportunity to grab the money at the time and not have, so. But that's the only one we would do without a convenience charge.
Jerry?
I hear you talking about credit cards. You accept checks too, don't you? Oh,
We do.
You do? You do?
Yes, sir. Right.
Okay.
And you also, we use the word credit card, but I would dare say a lot of them are just regular debit cards that are being used.
That's right. It has helped tremendously. I couldn't believe we hadn't been using it before we started because people would have to leave and you were hoping they would come back, but sometimes, you want to say, just like a car, salesman, if they leave, they might not come back, so it has helped a lot.
And when we were planning for this initiative, we were estimating that half the people would use a debit card payment. And it's probably, 80%?
At least 80%.
So that's been, again, that's why we were piling it the way we did, set that line item so that we can track it and just see where we go.
The next slide is for the rentals that we do, the dumpster rental. They are hitting us again with the gas surcharge, so that's going to probably go up. And so that's kind of where we're seeing the increase on that. And then the rentals, we use UniFirst for all the rugs that are down throughout the shelter, and some other things that we have at the shelter. So that's probably going to go up a little bit also. And then professional services, the current budget was 20. This is the SNP program. This has to do with that. It is going up again this year. The state has sent out, they hadn't sent the final numbers, but it will go up. But we do get reimbursed for a portion of that. And then the maintenance needs that I see probably going to occur would be painting of the inside runs and some of the walls, and just the general upkeep of the building. And we are going to have to get new dog boxes for our trucks. I don't know how long we've been using them, but I've got, most of them are falling apart. Problem is we can't find them. So if any of you guys know of anybody that has or makes dog boxes, or Chris and them have been trying to find some, and they're about a year out to make. So, sir?
Are they aluminum?
Yeah, I would assume, yeah. Yes, sir.
They're aluminum, and the problem we have is the ones you can go to Agri Supply and buy right now. The hinges and hardware just don't withstand what we put them in. Taking a hunting dog who's used to riding in a box is one thing, but you take a dog that don't want to go into a box, right? And the other thing is just the size. We run smaller trucks, so trying to find a box that's narrow enough to fit between the fenders and tall enough to fit a wide range of dogs in is a problem.
Isn't the guy at 264 West, doesn't he make custom boxes?
So we checked with Mr. Warren. They're actually going out of business. He's just trying to sell the business off and didn't have any more boxes.
I'm not sure what the name of the company is. Mark Lilly, who used to be at First Church. He is, I think, a salesperson, and he had on Facebook stainless, well, I don't know if they were stainless steel or aluminum boxes that are made for utilities, and it's a company here in Beaufort County that's doing it.
Okay.
I might be able to get his number.
Okay.
I don't know. They make them for utilities, and I don't know if they do custom work or not, but.
Okay. Anyway. Any questions? Thank y'all.
Thank you for what you do. I appreciate the comments on the two calls that I had, and we were talking back in the back earlier. It appears to me now that when people dial 911, they expect good service, and I think we're to the point when they call animal control, they expect somebody almost out there immediately. Is that a good way to put it?
Yes, sir. They do. And it's hard trying to cover the whole county. I mean, it's just hard. But we get there when we can, for sure.
What are your hours of staffing out there now?
8 to 5.
Okay, at one time it was like 12 or 1, wasn't it?
We come in the morning at 8. We clean the shelter. So we're different than most animal control facilities because we do 2 jobs. We have to come in, we clean, take care of the animals, do whatever needs to be done in the morning, make decisions, move up, vaccinate, do all that, and then take lunch, and then at 1 o'clock we become animal control.
At 1 o'clock you start answering the phone.
Now, we've gotten better with that because if there's somebody in the office in the morning, if we walk by, the phone's ringing, we pick it right up. But most time, every officer is in the back cleaning.
I know that's the only complaint I've had about animal control, is it's hard to call animal control and talk to anybody.
Well, we start answering as soon as we can. My part-time afternoon girl comes in about 12, and she's answering the phone right steady. If we're in there, or if I'm in the office, any of us are in the office in the morning, the phone rings, we try to pick it up. But if not, we're in the back working.
And that'll be some of the workload issues that we talk about in the end as well. I'm sure.
Thank you.
All right. So as both DC and Melanie have mentioned, we're a busy office, and unfortunately Jeff and I are having to divide and conquer today. He's actually taking care of a committee obligation for us this afternoon where we're working to revamp how EMS Con Ed is delivered both for our agency and the county. So I apologize he wasn't here to be here today, so I'm going to present EMS on his behalf, all right? So as we look at EMS, some of the accomplishments we've had this year is we've been able to successfully maintain our staffing levels despite having 4 extended vacancies, either due to FMLA or just absent in a position in recruitment and hiring. We've had 4 that went over 30 days for us. And because we are a minimally staffed agency, meaning we have 8 positions each day to fill and 8 employees on each shift, when one person's out sick or on vacation, that is a part-time utilization or an overtime utilization to fill that gap. So that's always a ball to juggle in our operations from day to day. For this past year, we had about 2,486 patient contacts for the calendar year of 2023. Commissioner Rebholz, I know you mentioned earlier just how does that compare to last year. That's about 115 less than last year. But that's not out of the norm. That could be the difference between 2 people being transported at a car accident versus 1. So not necessarily an indication that the demand for the service is down. This is measuring patient contacts that we encountered, and that is just for the EMS units that we as a county staff. That's not the other agencies. Operational efficiency, we're continuing to work with 911 to integrate mobile CAD. That's the computer database that gives us more real-time information of what's going on with our call and situationally around us. And we've also, as we finished last year, we ended last year with an employee survey to our employees. It was about 42 questions. We had an awesome response, but during that, we identified through their feedback things that we need to improve on this year. So we've actually already established those committees, and that is the committee that Jeff is working on today. So they're looking at training for us moving forward this year. So certainly hope to enhance that. As you know, we had an ambulance at the beginning of the fiscal year that was damaged in an accident outside of our control. That vehicle was totaled. We had it remounted. We've got that truck now. It's going through a few minor QA corrections, just things that we saw that weren't quite to our liking, so that's still at the vendor, but we hope to have that in service here really soon. And then from facilities and improvements, as you know, last year we actually occupied the Bayview station, used to be Bath Community EMS. We continue to make enhancements there. One of the things is just security cameras and things outside the building just to provide for security. One of the biggest issues we've had is the entry door to that building is a solid door. So someone rings the doorbell, you have no idea who's standing on the other side. All right, so we had to adapt some things just to give that awareness to our employees. What are some things that we're seeing issues with our budget this year? First, as it has in the past, has been vehicle maintenance and repair. This is mainly attributed to high mileage vehicles. You can see a breakdown below. We were currently budgeted for 30. We've already expended 29.7. And we're estimating probably going to end the year around 40 by the time we finish out our normal PMs, tire purchases, and things like that. The biggest contributors of those are our older vehicles. It's the older Durango SUVs. We recently had Jeff's truck, which is the F-250, out of the shop for fuel pump and coil packs. And we lost a water pump on an ambulance. So those repairs on top of your normal maintenance, PMs and things like that, really add up quickly. What we have seen, we've been tracking this information pretty close now for about 3 years. That 80,000 mile mark really starts to trigger us in maintenance. We get vehicles over that 80,000 miles and things start to happen like your water pumps and fuel systems and things like that. So all things we're trying to accurately account for in our budget. We're also watching overtime and part-time salaries. And overtime, we were budgeted for $360. We've already expended $279. Part-time was $95. We've expended $64. Again, two main contributors to this. In the overtime section, that difference is mainly attributed to the salary study that we did. So when the pay study took effect, it adjusted the salaries, the hourly salaries of our employees. What we did not change was the budgeted overtime amount. So if you have a paramedic who was making $18 an hour and now is making $23 an hour, well, their overtime rate just went up as well. We adjusted one, we did not adjust the other. So we're still working through those things. The other contributing piece to that is the number of vacancies we have to fill any given day. Because we are minimally staffed, anytime we have a vacation, anytime we have a sick out, we're filling that position with either a part-time or overtime position. So those things, those variables are harder to predict in the frequency that they'll occur and how long you'll have to do it. When it comes to vehicle, this has just been a sticker shock to us, and I'm going to be honest. I know DC had mentioned that the replacement of that Silverado for emergency management. 2018, we bought that truck for $29,000. That truck on state contract price right now is $49,000. Trucks have doubled in price in the last 4 years, and these are state contract. So if you recall, the last vehicles we bought, we actually went around state contract because of delivery issues, and the Chevrolet dealership here in town matched the price because of rebates that were available to them at the time. So that the shopping market for vehicles, it varies from time to time and what incentives manufacturers are offering. It also varies on the award of state contract pricing. And so we're seeing that. We're feeling it. All the agencies are feeling it. And I'm sure you'll see that continue in conversation through your budget presentations. And unfortunately, those prices don't stop with just the purchase of the truck. It's all the upfit things that go along with it. Lights, radios, sirens, all those things are going up. I know there's been some conversations in the past, just what does supply chain look like? We have seen an improvement in some of those items that we're ordering, particularly with electronics, but it's not what it was pre-COVID. So all things that kind of change the way we look at vehicle replacement. Some other things that we're looking at as far as capital equipment in the coming year. As we had mentioned in previous budget cycle, our goal is to go to AVL dispatch, meaning we have a computer that knows where our trucks are, and when a 911 call takes place, those two computer systems talk and say, this truck is the closest, send it, right? But unfortunately, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that goes on with that, IT things and components and making systems talk. We're not there yet, but we've got to move in that direction. It's an operational efficiency piece for us. So, you know, we kind of left that price tag blank, and we're leaving it blank for a reason. We don't know. We don't know what those components are going to cost and what the price will be when we get there. So those are all things that are on the horizon for us. Our cardiac monitors. This is something that we came before you all with a couple of months back. The monitors that we currently have, we began leasing about 5 years ago. Through your support, we were able to buy out of that lease and retain our current monitors. When you're looking at cardiac monitors, they typically have a lifespan of 5 to 8 years, and it all depends on the service that the vendor will provide you, right? So when they say, I'm no longer making parts for that monitor, we got to look at an option, right? So as we go into this year, we could be in that position where the monitors we currently have, they start to phase parts out of. And if that happens, then we've got to look at purchasing new monitors. To replace those monitors right now would be about $340,000. Those monitors are about $60,000 a piece now. So we are hoping that we can squeeze a little more juice out of that fruit, right, with what we've got. But there's no guarantee on that, and those are conversations we'll just have to take, you know, as it comes. But certainly want to put that on your radar. The other thing we're looking at in capital outlay equipment is pagers. Pagers that notify us when calls come in. The ones that are currently on our EMS trucks have been in place since Beaufort County EMS came into existence in 2015. Finding parts for those and repairing them are becoming more and more difficult, so we've got to start replacing some pagers as well on that. You look like you had a question there, Commissioner. I saw you perk up.
You're looking at John or me?
Mr. Redbolt.
Yeah. When it comes to the overtime, which is a big, big number,
Sure.
It looks like it's going to grow. When you come to the budget, with the budget, can you take a look at what it would take to significantly reduce that number?
Yes, sir. So we actually began those conversations last year. So the only way that we can reduce it, there's two ways. We either have to have more part-time people, which is difficult. It's hard enough to find a full-time employee, but to find part-timers who can work consistently on short-term notice. That's normally the issue, right? Because we may on schedule today think that we're fully staffed for tomorrow, but at 8 o'clock when someone calls and says, I'm coughing, what do we do?
Yeah,
right?
understood.
Most of the time, that part-timer is not going to be available short notice because people who are working part-time have got their schedule made 30 days in advance. They're going to be at Broad Creek, Chocowinity, or Roar. They're going to be working somewhere else, right? So the part-time, if we had a better pool of that, who could work short-term or work on a short-term notice, that would certainly be a way to correct it. The only sustainable way, in our opinion, to correct it is to add positions to our shift. So instead of going from a minimum staffing of 8 people, we go to a minimum staffing of 9. That way, if we have a callback, we have someone available to plug that gap. And if we don't, we utilize them some other way. And I think some of the proposals we discussed last year was in the instances that we do have an extra person on shift, we transition our Blunts Creek truck from a QRV to a transport truck. Or maybe we do the same and help Pinetown. So there are some maneuvers there that we could do to utilize that, I don't want to say additional person, but that 9th person in the instance that we're fully staffed for the shift. But as we reviewed those numbers last year, about 80% of the time, we would be using that 9th person to do minimum staffing somewhere.
Okay, so you can, I'm sure you can give us a spreadsheet that calls that out.
Yeah,
and lets
sure
us know what the savings would be.
Sure will.
Okay.
So when we looked at it last year, we weren't at the point yet where it was cheaper, it was still cheaper to pay overtime.
That's correct.
Instead of adding more staff. When we looked at it last year, we may be at a different point this year, and we're certainly happy to look at it, and we'll continue to look at that. But when we looked at it last year, it was cheaper to say, no, we'll continue to pay overtime than it is to hire new people and put new positions on.
That's correct. And it was close. But I like the manager, I think if we were flirting with it last year, we're probably all over top of it this year. But we will certainly bring that back, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's probably going to be in the system expansion.
Chris,
That's where we
Chris and Brian, I think that it would be okay to add one full-time just to see what the effect is on overtime as you go forward. But I think whether you're in law enforcement, whether you're in medical, at the hospital, wherever you're at, with the job market we got now, and you try to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days, that it's just, even if you open it up and hire 1 or 2, you know, where do you get them from in today's pool?
We, and again, all conversations we would love to have, we'll update those things and bring them back before you in system expansion, and we'll just talk through them then. Sure will. But you'll be happy to bring it.
What are some of the major issues why are you having such people not coming to work? Is it because of accidents or something like that?
So generally speaking, someone calling out sick, I would say we're no different than any other department on frequency of that, right? That's not something that we encounter a lot. I would say most of our overtime is probably attributed to how long it takes to recruit and hire somebody to fill a vacancy. It's hard for us to turn a hiring process in 30 to 45 days. You know, by the time, and I'll give you a great example, and I know I'm pushing my time limit here, but last April, I think it was, so again, this was pre-pay study, which absolutely helped us, don't get me wrong. Since the pay study, we have received more applications, particularly at the paramedic, than we did before that. But last April, we advertised a slot 3 times before we got a paramedic application. So that's advertise it, you wait 7 days, no applications. You repost it, you wait 7 days, no application, right? That drags on. And in the meantime, we're filling that vacancy, you know, with the best means we can. So when we're dealing with FMLA-type absences, family things happen, right? People have kids, someone gets injured and they're out. We had an employee with a shoulder injury this year. actually 2 with a shoulder injury. So those extended absences, whether it be medical FMLA or trying to fill a vacancy, is normally where we rack up the most of our money.
Well, you know, one of the things you may consider, and I haven't thought this through entirely, and I would only recommend doing it in a department like this that's having trouble with staffing, is buying back vacation. You know?
So, you know, we're certainly open to all those conversations, and a lot of those, like you were mentioning, are policy changes. So that's going to be conversations that we would need your support on.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it except for a specified amount of time, but it could give you a short-term bump.
All things I think we need to look at, which kind of leads us into the final part, and I know I'm running long, if I could have a couple minutes. What's on the horizon for us? And when I say that, I want us to look past this coming budget year. Where do we want our public safety entities, or really in general all of our county, but where do we want them to be 3 to 5 years from now? Because a lot of the challenges we face now are going to take that long to get ahead of and make the changes. So when it comes to our field of view, where are the things that we see? Daytime response for our public safety agencies. We had three fire departments in the county go through their normal inspections this year, and all 3 of them got gigged on response to incidents. The volunteers that we rely on to provide these services are no longer here in abundance, particularly during the day. We know that 80% of our calls are going to occur between 8 and 8 every day, and those volunteers are working somewhere outside of the area, outside of the county, and if they're in the county, they're not in a position that they can respond. And that's scary. An example of that happened about 3 weeks ago on the EMS side of the house. Another thing we've noticed is the spurts that our calls are coming in, the frequency in which we have multiple calls at one time. About a month ago, we had a section of time between 11:30 and 2 in the afternoon that every EMS agency in our county was on a call, and every one of our administrative positions in the office was on an EMS call waiting for an EMS truck to clear up. Those are scary times. When you're in these positions and you're listening to those calls drop, and calls of significance drop, and you have that question of what's the response going to be like. About 2 weeks ago, we had 2 structure fires at the same time in the middle of the day. And in that case, DC and Ryan went to Bunyan to grab a truck to respond, and I went to Washington to help staff one of their trucks because they had went to those calls. This is a very fluid system. These are big challenges. And we're going to have to come up with some creative ways to solve that, and that's going to be some difficult decisions. And it's just things that we're going to have to look at as we go down the road. And that stems over to all of our services, animal services included. We talked about the workload on them now. As we move forward, we're going to have to look at more space at our shelter to house animals, more staff to support that. I've already talked about the cost of equipment, radios, and things like that. These are all changing times. Fire departments are feeling those budget constraints. The tax values or the tax, service tax for those districts haven't changed in a number of years. The cost of operations are going up, and it's a matter of time before we start hearing that from our departments. So all things that we see in that crystal ball in the future, we're just going to have some conversations on. So, I know I went a little long.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chris, and thank the other members that were here. We're down to Veteran Service Update. Jenny?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, recap of 2023 was pretty good. New compensation, pension, dependent applications, and monetary awards. New claimant representations, intent to file, and support documents had an uptick of 419, totaling 1,075. That's actual pieces of paper, applications going in and out of my desk, compared to 2022, where we had 656. Claims were steady with a little bit of an increase of 26, so all claims for actual disability benefits, I should say, is up 26, totaling 485, in 2023 compared to 459 in 2022. Compensation award totals has increased, $5,344,809.19, which is an increase of $1,596,550.44. So this is compared to 2022 at $3,748,258.72. That's a lot of money coming into the county. And it also, I was thinking a lot about this, it relieves a lot of social services because these people, when they get this income, then their threshold income goes up, which eliminates them being dependent on Medicaid social services. I'm sure there's still some services available to them. To what extent, I don't know, but I do know that it has helped a lot of the veterans. I had one veteran, and he called up because he lost his HUD house because now his income had increased. So then he was trying to find a new place to live. So that was another little stickler to it, but, you know, he wasn't disgusted that he had an increase in income. He was happy about that, but he just had to find another place to live. The Tyler database that we installed.
So Jenny, real quick, look, I hate to interrupt, but just, I think it's significant in that what Jenny does with veterans is helps them navigate that federal myriad of stuff. And she has had the opportunity, I mean, obviously there are additional claims that come in, but she has also had the opportunity to take existing clients who are in the system, who are receiving benefits, sit down with them, fully understand more things about them, and because she understands the system the way she does, can say, well, guess what, you're also eligible for this, and work them through the system and get them additional compensation that they deserve, but they may not know they're eligible for. So when you look at the numbers, it's amazing the additional funds that have come in to help the veterans who are due those services. So.
And to Brian's point, so if I have a veteran come, I've been going through the files. There's like 8 or 9 file cabinets full, 4 drawers. And when I see an older file, especially, I'll pull it up. I'll see if I can still see it in the VA system. If I can, then I can call that veteran. Especially, and my soft heart is for Vietnam veterans. So I'll always call because there's been a lot of changes. And Gulf War veterans, there's been a lot of new presumptives that we could put claims in for, where before they might have put a claim in, but it was denied. So now with the changes, with this called PACT Act, now these veterans can reapply or put in new claims where half of them didn't even know they could. Now they are receiving letters from the VA, the federal side, saying, hey, you know, these are the new presumptives. You served during this period of time. They actually do have records. I was surprised. So they're sending these letters out. So that accounts for a little bit of the uptick in such a small county. But that's a big uptick for a small county. So yeah, so sometimes I can bring them up from either 0% where a veteran says, oh, I was denied. Well, 0% doesn't mean a veteran is denied. It just means the VA concedes there's a disability, but it's just not compensable. So then I encourage them to go ahead. They have nothing to lose, but to put in for an increase. And that's where the general increases start to go. So they can go from 0%, 10% on up to 100%. And the 100% is where the big money is. And if you have a veteran 100%, that's well-deserved because they just don't hand that out like candy. So, that's thank you, Brian, for interjecting that. So the database, to date, I only have 837 veteran files uploaded, but that is the walk-in traffic, new veterans that I've talked to in the county, and that's also in my spare time, taking old files out, reviewing the file. If there needs to be a call, I make the call. If not, if they're already deceased, I can close that file completely or enter it into the database if it's still an active veteran. So that's 837 that we're actually counting now. But the only problem with the database, it does not account for the cost of living increases that the veterans get every year on their disability compensation and pension. So until the Tyler manufacturer can figure out a way to automatically do that to the veterans that we have in there, we'll just have to go with the numbers that we put in. And then just across the board, just say, oh, well, we can just put a 3.5% on the total figures that I put in my report. I'm working diligently to upload all the paper files into the data system, but that takes time. In addition, compensation awards from claims submitted from previous VSOs. So Karen obviously had a lot of veterans that she saw. There's files in there, but there was no report done. So now I'm able to take those veterans and add it to these totals that I'm giving every month as to what the county has coming in as far as awards go. As far as 2024 goes, all I ask is that you continue to support the Veteran Office, and I believe that you do. I had a nice salary increase, and I thank each and every one of you. I appreciate it very much. There are 2 conferences, one in the spring, one in the fall, that I attend every year. I get my CEUs, the Learning Accreditation, so I keep my accreditation through the state of North Carolina Department of Veterans Affairs. And also I have local training through the state office in Greenville, and I'll either go to Greenville or Kinston, wherever they have an available platform for us to be trained. And then also the VA Federal has training online on the medical side of the house and the Veterans Benefit side of the house. So I take advantage of those as well. I'm allowed, or supposed to have 16 CEUs, they call them, for training. I usually exceed that because of the online training. I try to take advantage of that because being in a small county like this, I'm not exposed in the state level to all the comments and all the talk about the new things going on with claims. So this keeps me in touch with both sides of the House, state and federal.
I asked this question, I think it was last year. Do you see homeless veterans coming into your office that need help?
They're not coming in so much, but it's amazing. This month, well, actually it's 3 weeks, I had 2 phone calls on homeless veterans, one at the Zionist Men's Home and the other at, I can't remember the lady's name. Anyway, so I worked with both of them to try to get the actual help that they needed. There is used to be an old hotel, I can't remember the street it's on, I have the flyer at home. The gentleman contacted me, and what they did was they converted this one-level small hotel. What is it?
It used to be the old Sunset Inn.
Sunset, okay. So they're converting it, and they're taking applications now, and they do accept like social service, Medicaid, SSI, and I think it's like $750
That's right.
a month, and that includes utilities. So what it is like a regular hotel room. You walk in, but they've converted it to a little kitchenette, 1 bathroom. And it's been a lifesaver because I've already recommended 2 veterans over there.
I hesitate to ask this next question, but I'm going to throw it out there. Have you had any veterans come to you that are looking for mental help?
They usually stay to themselves pretty much. However, the VA does offer psychiatric help at the clinic for veterans with under honorable discharge, and they'll also take honorable, obviously, but they usually kind of stay to themselves. Now, I have 2 that have some mental issues that I'm working with right now. One is living with his parents, and the other, both of them actually are living with their parents.
Do they have somebody in Greenville, or do they have to go to Durham to be able to?
No, they have psychiatric help in Greenville.
In Greenville.
On Moy Boulevard, the big clinic over there, yeah. But again, they have to go out. They have to contact someone to seek that help. And then a lot of times the social worker will talk with me to see if we can help them put a claim in. So I kind of work hand in hand with the clinic in Greenville. And in fact, I've got a woman who handles the female veterans coming from the Durham umbrella, I call it the umbrella, coming to see me. So yeah, I work with them, but you can't force somebody.
I understand.
I have wives that call up and they'll go, you need to talk to my husband. I need to, and I need to come in and get some forms and all this. And I says, well, let me tell you something. You can't push a wet noodle. He has to agree to this. Just because you think so He needs to agree. He needs to come and see me. He needs to go to Greenville. If he needs help, he needs to first want to reach out for that help.
Other questions? I greatly appreciate the job that you're doing. I mean, I can see from your reports we are much, much better and doing much, much more. And I eat breakfast with people that are Vietnam veterans, so I mean, I hear them talking about having to go to Greenville and all the way to Durham. So I get it, not every day, but I appreciate what you do.
Now, I do get a lot of calls from other counties, and because of the workload here, and because I'm trying to get everything in line in this office, i.e. getting rid of those file cabinets, getting everything in data so that we can track everything, I don't take out of county unless it's absolutely a dire need. Otherwise, I get calls all the time, or they try to slip in, make an appointment. Now, if they make an appointment, they're sitting in front of me at my desk, I'm not going to turn away a veteran. Whether he's from Timbuktu, I'm going to help him. But I do try to keep it to Beaufort County. Otherwise, I'll be inundated.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, we got a little bit of switch in the schedule.
Okay.
Rod's got a doctor's appointment he's working around, so he's gonna go in Ann's place, and actually Ann's not feeling well today, so Nathaniel's gonna cover for her. So Rod's gonna slide in right now.
In your profession, are we talking about a medical doctor, or are we talking about a vet?
It was a medical doctor this time, yeah, and I actually just had the appointment. It was at 1:45. I was afraid it was going to go too long. That's why but we're good. We're on here. We're good.
Good.
Yeah, I was in and out of there quick. No problem. No problem. Thanks for letting us come by for a few minutes. Just to give you a few highlights, I guess, of what we did last year at the Extension office. You guys know most of our team. Gene Fox is our horticulture agent. Just to remind you, he works 4 counties. You have no money on him. He's all state funded, but he works out of our office, and he's the busiest person there. Well, maybe the administrative, maybe the receptionist in front gets a lot too, but Gene, because of the nature of his work, gets a lot of calls about horticultural questions from homeowners. And one of the, he does these classes. This past year, he put together a series of classes focused on the needs of the area based on a needs assessment he did, to focus on what the questions were: grass questions, vegetable questions, that kind of thing. He had a 5-week series on that. Out of that, he had an opportunity to work with ECU Health. The hospital was putting a community garden in. That garden had some interns from ECU who were going to actually do some of the legwork to get it going. They knew nothing about planting and growing crops or anything. He was called in. He invited them to come to his training. He got them trained up. Then he went out there and worked with them, worked with the public when they came, because I think this thing was set up as a community garden type of an opportunity. And he had a chance to interact with them. So that was an example of some of the work that he does along with the Master Gardeners. They have a big plant sale every year. 200 people came out on a Saturday to purchase some plants that the Master Gardeners grew on site, and then sold them to people who wanted those varieties and those types of plants. It's a very active program. We're very fortunate to have Gene here and to have that expertise. Again, he's the busiest person in office just about year-round because of the nature of what he does. Louise Hensley, our 4-H, our Family Consumer Science agent, has also been busy thanks to the investments you guys made a few years ago to update our kitchen, our demonstration kitchen. That place has been used extensively now. She's got video cameras that she can focus down. Used to have, I probably never went to anything like this, they used to have a mirror over the counter so people could see what she was doing. Now that's all on video. They can see. She can switch over to the stove and show what she's doing over there just with clicking a switch. And she's had 88 people this past year came to classes she was doing on food preservation. And that's a hot topic right now with people. So she was able to do that. She's done a lot of food safety work. And the list goes on and on and on. And you notice, too, if you do see the Washington Daily News, she and Jean are both weekly columns in the paper now. Horticulture and something to do with cooking. It might be recipes or food safety, but they're both in there a lot, and we're thankful for that coverage of their programs. 4-H, Chastity Woodkovich, our 4-H agent, has been extremely busy in the last year. Starting, her year kind of starts with the livestock show, which we're getting ready to do here later in March. She had 50 youth last year participate in that. She also had a chicken and rabbit show at the Bath Fest. She does a lot of 4-H summer fun day camps during the summer. She put together these little garden kits for, to start a garden for kids to go out, take some seeds and plant them and watch the plants grow. Everything educational that she can do with kids, she's all about it. She also has worked in our schools through our school, or what would be called school enrichment. That's an aspect of 4-H that the agents are encouraged to participate in. She got a vermicomposting. I don't know why I'm wanting to put an extra syllable in there. Vermicomposting with 4 different schools: Northeast Elementary, Chocowinity Middle School, Washington Montessori, and a daycare, Reaching the Stars Daycare. She also does embryology with Bath at the elementary school there, where they bring the eggs in, the kids get to watch them, over time, waiting for them to hatch, and finally there's a chicken. Now, I think also ducks were included in that. 5 4-H clubs now growing in the county, so and 2 gardens that she has done with some daycare centers. So those agents in our programs there in those respects have been very busy. Agriculture, you guys know me, you hear me talk probably more than you want to hear me talk about agriculture sometimes. I could talk for days about the impacts that we've had in the agricultural world. I'll give you 2 examples, though, that happened. One happened about this time last year, working with a grower. He had a wheat crop that was going backwards. I mean, it was not growing off at all, not growing well. Can you come and look at it? I said, meet me in the field. We got there, looked at the wheat. Clearly there's a problem. It looks like a nutrient deficiency, but let's get some soil samples, let's get some tissue samples, some plant samples, and see if we can figure this out. After we got the test results back, found out the problem is pH. His pH was very low. We have to have soil pH within a certain range for adequate plant growth, for nutrient uptake. Well, his pH was very low. Did you pull soil samples on this farm? Yes. Did you? Let me see them. And it called for 2 tons of lime per acre. Did you apply that? Well, I did, but I used a product that is supposed to do the same thing. It costs less money, and you use less of it. And let's see the product. Look at the label. Exactly. But yeah, he lost money on the deal, unfortunately, because not only did that product, it was misused. He misused it. He didn't know, but I had a chance to educate him and show him that, look, this product has got a fit, but it's not as a substitute for 2 tons of lime that you desperately need. What am I going to do now? He's got a wheat crop that at that stage in the game and growth, and it was probably early March. By then, the crop needs to tiller. That means you get a lot of growth, and that's where you're going to get your yield from with heads, wheat heads. I said, you're done. You're not going to get anything out of it. He's already invested the seed. He's already invested fertilizer in it. What are you going to do? Well, here's your options. You go back with some soybeans. You can go back with corn. But I would terminate this wheat crop. Just go ahead and do it. Well, exactly. I said, this is what you're going to do later. The first thing you're going to do, fix this problem, because you're not going anywhere without that. Exactly right. And he did, and I think he was able to get some corn out there, I think, and was able to, get a crop and get some value out of the fertilizer. That's the kind of work that is an example. The other is revolving around pesticides. This time of year, it's all about pesticide license, right? Well, we just got word yesterday that a court in Arizona has nullified the label for dicamba and certain labels of an auxin herbicide, dicamba, that is used on cotton and soybeans. Well, that court, it's a federal court, they nullified the label. That means that all these farmers that have bought the product to be sprayed this year have purchased the seed to grow that they could use this product on, they can't use it this year, or at least that's where it looks like it's going. Lots of calls about things like that, and I just stay busy helping people, trying to help them find an answer, trying to help them figure out what the next step is. Extension is all about people. We're people, we're problem solvers. We wear a lot of hats, but it's a fun, rewarding job, and I think all of our program areas reflect that quite well. So, yeah, I know, Brian, we needed questions or any comments you guys have? Sure.
Did you get your tractor, and is everything going well?
Tractor is, tractor's there. We've used it last year. Still learning how to use some of the technology. This thing is it's pretty advanced, but yeah, we've got big plans this year for that. It's actually going to enable me, it's going to enhance my program dramatically because I'm now looking at planning a month ahead, which would basically be when the farmers are planting instead of a month later or more, which, it's great. Everything's going great. I thank you for that.
This is kind of the longer term issue. Do you guys foresee with the changes and things that are going on at the airport, are you feeling like you're going to get pushed at it 5 years, 20 years, 10 years from now?
There's a lot of activity going on over there,
for sure. I know you've shared parking problems sometimes.
Yeah, that one event that they had, it was a fundraiser. I don't know what was going on.
It was a drone show.
And I think they had some investors maybe coming in. They invited some, and they parked them in our parking lot, and then we had to go out and, I think I called for permission first, just to, somebody got to move, because we didn't have room. If an employee left, if I left to go visit a farmer, I didn't have a place to park when I came back. But, we talked with those guys, and I think we worked it out. Hey, let us know. We certainly have space that we can make available, but let us know if we had a meeting going on at that office that day. Now, it would have been a catastrophe. But, we worked through those things. But
that's only 1 or 2 days.
Those are a lot of things we work around, yeah. But there's certainly a lot going on out there, and the skyline's changing as I look out the front door.
But nobody's knocking on the door saying we want to buy this building.
No, I have not been approached with anything like that. Not that I would be, I guess, but no, I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I'll talk to you soon.
Are we going to go to soil and water next? Well, you're next if huh? Brian, it's your call.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'd like to go over some of the activities in human resources in 2023 and see if you have any questions. We spend a lot of time in HR on recruitment and selection processes, and that includes posting our job, our vacant positions, reviewing applications, sitting in on the interviews, reviewing interview questions, setting up interviews, and working closely with our department heads to get our positions filled. We are responsible for the Beaufort County salary and classification plan implementation and compliance with rules in regards to that. We make sure that all of our positions have been approved and are in the pay plan and are placed at the appropriate salary grade. Of course, we got a lot of help with that when we implemented the last classification and pay study. We work with retirements. Well, actually, the whole county benefit administration and implementation of benefits for all of our employees. That includes data entry, answering questions for employees, making sure that reports are up to date, and working with open enrollments. We also work with retirements, Family and Medical Leave Act recipients, and the Donated Leave Program. When employees retire from county employment, typically they come by and we sit down and we go over the process with them. We help explain the different options when they retire, process the paperwork, and there's a lot of paperwork that goes along with the retirement. We keep up with all of the employees within the county that have the need to be on family medical leave, and process the requirement forms and keep up with their leave and how much leave they have. We do the same for the Donated Leave Program for all county employees. We maintain personnel records, files, and databases. We process personnel actions, personnel forms. We participate in the approval process and also entering any changes and approve actions into the system. We work with counties and department heads with disciplinary procedures, employee relations, and policy implementation. We maintain the countywide position control, the number of positions in each department, reallocations of positions, classification titles, position numbers, and that kind of thing. We also maintain the random drug screening program where employees that are in positions that are considered to be safety sensitive are randomly chosen quarterly to have a drug screen. We do employee onboarding. That's all the forms that are necessary to bring a new employee on board. There's quite a few of those. They have to be entered into the system and maintained in a personnel file. We make ID badges for Beaufort County employees. We have those badges ready right after the employees had their new employee orientation. We perform benefit and policy orientations for all new employees. We go over all the benefits that are available to them. We go over Beaufort County personnel policies with them, and we're available to answer any questions that they have. We work with policy implementation and consultation. We maintain our personnel manual. And we have to maintain compliance with a lot of federal and state laws as well. I think we mentioned benefits, but we definitely, every year, we do 2 benefit enrollments, one for the state health plan, and then for all of our other products, we work together with the Pierce Company to do that enrollment. We work also with the Office of State Human Resources. We have to send them copies of our salary plan and make sure we're in compliance with the state rules as well for our DSS and health department agencies. There are quite a number of federal and state reports that we have every year. Actually, the Affordable Care Act reporting, that's a process that lasts the entire year. We have to go in and determine which months each employee is eligible for their benefits and also their family members, and keep a record of that. And all of that is submitted to the state health plan And they actually send out the 1095C reports that are required through the federal government. We do the other post-employee benefit preparation in that we provide information to our actuaries so that they can do an actuarial study that's required for the finance budget. And we also work with the law enforcement separation allowance. We do reports to let them know which law enforcement officers are receiving that separation allowance and when it's going to end, and we do the calculations to see how much that allowance is. Any questions about any of those activities?
This question, and Anita's not here, and I don't know if we can get the answer from the three of you or not. But recently, there was a press release that came out that talked about the UNC and ECU Health coming out from underneath the state's benefit program, and it talked about the liability that was going to be left that we would have, you guys or the counties and everybody else in the program would have to, and I think it was like $1 billion worth of unfunded liability from those two institutions. The question comes on the budget is every year we keep bumping it up. Do you have a forecast on what we're going to have to do? The county's going to have to ante up how much more for the pension in this budget cycle?
Have you seen that last one? It just came out.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
No, I don't have it with me, I'm sorry.
And a hot topic on the listserv.
And I don't know whether that's been settled and resolved yet or not.
We reports on that situation, but I'm not sure where it stands.
It's been, I think last year it was maybe, I know it's less than 1%, but I mean, it's close to 1% that we had to ante up.
Yeah, so so the program that was put in place, and I'll have to find the number for you, I can't find it off the top of my head, but those numbers did get released by the state treasurer's office. So there is a bump again on the employer side, and essentially what they were trying to do was bump that slowly to try to keep it from being a big jump each time. Right. I don't know the impact about where they were pulling the folks out from UNC. I know the state treasurer had a lot of conversation about that and was not happy with some of the things that the General Assembly did on that. But I know that what they told us, I was in a meeting not too long ago, they told us that if we were to say we wanted to get out, it was 2.5 times our payroll we would have to
And most organizations have that.
Right.
I mean, if you want to come out and go somewhere else, you have to make that one whole that you were in. You can't leave and leave that liability there. Because the liability, I mean, it's got to be made up by the other people that are still in. Yes, yes.
So the conversation with that, and I have the fortune or misfortune, I sit on the retirement committee of the North Carolina North Carolina City County Managers Association, and we have meetings with the state treasurer's office occasionally. So what the state treasurer is looking at, and obviously he's not going to be in that role after the next year, so we don't really know where that's going. But before the treasurer threw his name into the hat for the governor's office, he was talking about, there's some changes that have got to be made to the system. But when they talk about those changes, it's on a 30-year horizon. So anybody who's in the system right now, it doesn't change.
Right.
So it would only be for new employees coming on. And what they've talked about is saying, okay, there is a minimum retirement age, because now under the state, 30 years or the rule of 85, which gets you another time, people are living longer, obviously, and the actuarial studies used to be you retired at a certain age and you were dead within 5 years, right? That's not the case now. And so what some of the things they've looked at is, say, okay, well, are you going to make a minimum retirement age? You can't retire and get full benefits from the state system unless you put in 35 years, or you have to be at least this old before you can retire and get full benefits. So they're looking at some of those changes. They are trying to minimize that impact on employers. I don't think you will see, because it was one of the conversations we had early on was, do you see an additional contribution by the employees? And what we got told pretty clearly was this, probably not, simply because for there to be a change in the employer contribution, the retirement board can make that decision based on the actuarial studies. For there to be a change in the employee contribution, it's legislative mandated, so the General Assembly would have to make that change. And they said, we don't think the General Assembly is going to do that. So they're looking at it. I mean, they've got some big, huge, long-term actuarial studies and graphs looking at how it all works out and these little changes they're making. But I guess the long-term look at that is they recognize that there have got to be some changes in the system to continue to make the system solvent long-term, and that's 30 years out. So new employees coming in, there are going to be some changes. There are going to have to be. But because the state treasurer now is not going to be in that role next year, we're another year waiting to kind of see what the new treasurer wants to do, essentially.
Okay. Any other questions?
Got a few numbers for you.
All right.
If you'd like, currently we have 392 positions full-time. We currently have 348 employees that are FTEs full-time, and then 92 part-time. And included in that part-time number are poll workers, auxiliary deputies, EMTs and paramedics, FEMA assistants. The largest amount being poll workers because they work seasonally and we don't take them out every year and re-enter them. We have right now a total of 46 vacancies within the county. Now, some of those, I'm sure there are, the positions have been processed and they're in the process of filling some of those.
Yeah, but is that high? Is that high?
It's about typical.
46 positions open?
Yes.
On an ongoing basis?
Most of those are in the Sheriff's Office, Jail and Communications, and the Department of Social Services.
How about emergency management?
Just 3 that I have.
3.
Yeah. And I know there's some interview processes going on to fill some of those. 1 in the Health Department, a couple in the Water Department.
So we're still kind of waiting to see how the additional bump that the board approved in this last budget works for DSS, for the folks that get their licensed clinical social worker, because what we were seeing was a lot of those folks, once they got to that level, they were leaving us to go to work in healthcare and make a ton more money. So that's a piece we're looking at to see how that impacts DSS. Obviously with the Sheriff's Office, it's, especially when you have new administration come in, there are a lot of changes that occur there, and so.
You're referring DSS, once they got their master's degree, they were leaving and going somewhere else. Okay. Any? Yes.
I see that you got I didn't see it on your list here. Are you still doing exit interviews?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I just didn't see
We
it.
might miss a few. We call the departments and schedule. Of course, if they don't come, we can't help it, but we, for the most part, yeah.
I just didn't see it.
It's not a check, is it? It's automatic deposit.
It is.
Become a check, the last payment can become a check. That's not our work.
That 3 dismissals probably didn't show up.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Dolores. Mr. Woolard.
13% of the workforce vacant at any time.
Soil and water.
Oh, yes, sir. Ms. Ann called in sick this morning, said there's a folder on my desk, go to this meeting. So I'm going to touch on some, I guess, give y'all a quick rundown of what we do. I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here. So this year, Beaufort Soil and Water was allocated $155,785 by the Soil and Water Conservation Commission in Raleigh. With that, we have 6 applications for cover crops, 1 for water control structure, 5 applications for residue and tillage management, an application for precision agrochemical application, 2 applications for filter strips, and a supplemental application for lagoon biosolids removal. We're allocated $10,000 for ag-wrap. With that, we can fund 1 water supply well, partially fund another. We were also allocated $27,000 for CCAT. And with that, we are doing a marsh seal in Aurora.
What is a marsh seal?
It's basically a breakwater. It's shoreline protection.
Oh, okay.
As y'all are aware from seeing me before, we have 2 grants where we are doing stream debris removal projects. Currently, both of them are still underway. Our EDA funds, we've cleared 136,300 linear feet with those funds so far. With our STRAT funds, we have cleared 40,129 linear feet. Both those grants are still open. STRAT funds run through December, and our EDA funds expire in November. We have plans to spend most, if not all, those funds. We have, now this, I'm not as familiar with as Ms. Ann. For the easement grants and applications, they are currently 4 approved and another that's pending approval. Those are ongoing processes that Ms. Ann deals with as far as the administrative side. I help with the technical side of that. As far as the education goes, Ms. Debbie, she puts on the annual Dan Bentley Field Days. She runs the poster and essay contests. She also has the Area 5 and 6 coastal environthons and does the Resource Conservation Workshop. Like I said, everything else is kind of there in the rundown. Can I answer any questions for you, gentlemen?
Just a comment.
Yes, sir.
We had a 4th grade student.
Yes, sir.
At PCA in Belhaven to win the state artwork that ended up going on their annual conference program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Out of all 100 counties.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ms. Debbie works with all the schools closely. She does a good job.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're down to the end of our session for today. We're going to recess and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30. So, good evening.